All right. Good evening and welcome to this week's edition of Rough Rolling, where pain is the name of the game. I'm Graham, your host, and joining me today are the five usual suspects, though thankfully no one here transforms into Kevin Spacey at the end of this story. That we know of.
Hey, yeah, you don't. We haven't got there yet.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out and burn
Spoilers.
that bridge
Yeah, I have an update to my backstory in that
Gotta-
case.
Yeah, I need to change some stuff as well. That doesn't remind me of a stupid story, but we'll worry about that later.
Get the urge to, comment on the quality of the local middle schools.
No, he was. It was consensual. He wasn't doing anything. He was just laying on top of him. It's totally fine.
Recorded for everyone to hear. And that's what we
For
get
all of
canceled
time.
for, I'm quite certain. So,
Yeah, I'm sponsored by
Yes.
Kellogg's to say that Kevin Spacey was innocent.
Sorry, I think you forgot to mention that people should be having cereal for dinner now.
oh
Yeah,
yeah, that too. Just let them eat cake for Americans.
Hmm.
So, anywho, we're glad you're here, and for those of you who are joining us like new, welcome. Shenanigans and absolute fuckeries await. So, I guess let us get straight into it. So go ahead and give us an update on what happened last time, shall you, John?
Right, so last session we opened with Garugamesh running some valuable errands, which mainly included him dropping off, a lovely article he wrote about some of his experiences in Lunenburg so far, down to the, I think it was the Lunenburg Gazette, the
The Lunar Gazette, yeah.
Lunar Gazette, which is a newspaper, and supposedly he will be published the following afternoon. We did not make it to next day in the session, and I'll get to that shortly. But we touched on Vic and Daxius doing research down at the library, and if they want to interject right here and speak to what that research was, it was there was some about a particular god and some other things around the city, but it'll come up eventually. Everyone kind of split up from the library. I thought Garugamesh and Daxius went to go do surveillance on the drop point that the got information about in last session, or well, the session before that, and we waited until nightfall. We noticed some suspicious figures, robed figures, acting suspiciously enough for Daxius and I to follow them. And during that, we ended up splitting up because Daxius went one way, I went the other, and I was supposed to come back and find Daxius, but Garugamesh ended up seeing a dead body in the middle of the street, and suddenly the whole town began to act very strange, even more strange than the town in Gray's campaign normally acts when there's just a random dead body in the street, because let's just say that's been known to happen, I guess. But as the body sat there, everyone took cover except for Garugamesh, who wandered the streets aimlessly, kind of shocked and scared because no one would let him in and telling him off, and people told him to find shelter lest the I have it written down, it was the boat, something bones. Anyways, this fictional monster would come and get them. It was Joel, do you remember the name?
Sally Scrabblebones.
Sally Scrabblebones. Right, Sally Scrabblebones would come get you. And Garugamesh was pounding, trying to find shelter, when suddenly he heard the sound of rattling bones and scrapes and crashes moving down the city street. When he looked, he saw nothing but swirling winds of dust. There was no form to be had for Sally Scrabblebones. He froze, and in the hiding spot he was in, as Sally Scrabblebones passed. During that time, he had a waking nightmare where the walls talked to him, said mean things, and he heard strange dogs off in the distance. eventually, Daxius and Gilgamesh regroup, and Daxius was able to follow one of the hooded figures to a spot on the docks which appeared to be some sort of warehouse. There was one entrance, and Daxius and Gilgamesh collectively decided that Gilgamesh would stay behind to oversee the facility while Daxius went and got the rest of the party. The rest of the party regrouped. That's more or less where the session left off, as we were outside the facility, kind of causing a ruckus. Did I miss anything?
Not really. I think the only bit would be perhaps that Daxius sent his cohorts out to the old docks in order to keep an eye on some of the local beast folk, and may or may not have found something.
That's
I haven't
right.
seen if that'll bear any fruit, but it hasn't been a lot of time that has passed since this all started, so you've got time.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, no. And yes, with that, we can just get into it.
Ooh. Ooh.
Once it loads, everyone will roll me initiative.
All
I
right.
don't wanna.
All right, see y'all next week. Once it loads, whenever it does.
Oh, I didn't realize we were on this side. Oh, so there's no running, huh?
No.
Yeah.
Hey,
Unless you feel like dealing with the underwater combat rules.
That's certainly a danger. We aren't exactly the most buoyant party.
I would honestly rather just fall 100 feet and like risk my character's life than have to fight underwater.
Oh, I mean,
Even one
certainly.
time.
Oh, do I
I-
not have Sasha here?
I've got a +2 to swim, so I'll be
Never
fine.
brought her.
Okay.
Even with your armor?
Yes.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, it is with the -5 armor check penalty.
So, Barry, I do have a new teamwork feat that you also have. So we should flank. It's the one that gives.
I'll be honest with you, Chief. I don't know if we're flanking here.
I don't
Yeah, I
know
don't
if we're
think-
going to be able to, but like I want to bring it up in case we have the opportunity.
I would assume that at the very
Gilgamesh-
least the crowds count as like large swarms.
They're
So, like, okay, I don't know how rules work then. So
Anyway, that's precise strike. So it's that one where you get precision damage.
If it targets
I
a
think-
specific person, it would not affect a troop.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
But if
I
it
remember
says
they
like
came up with
an unknown amount of creatures, like within an area, like a fireball, that's the worst.
And I was like, I think I remember them coming up with something, and they had some sort of, they had some sort of mass combat thing, but you could still sneak attack them because they were like, me and rogues, just, well, I give you yet another thing you can't sneak attack. I'm gonna be so disappointed. Be like, oh, it's a new thing to fight. Oh,
No.
Wait a minute. On the combat screen, these monsters' names are Shiver Addicts and Drug-Addled Rabble.
Hey,
We're-
it's fairly accurate.
We are fighting addicts. This is different.
I don't know what game you came for, but this is Streets of Rage now.
Um,
Cleaning up the streets. One
So-
body at a time.
Came for one thing, get something else. Burger King. So,
yeah,
as the crowd of filthy-looking peasants and commoners crowds around the end of the pier, holding torches, lanterns, and a various accoutrement of blunt weapons and broken items, baying for your blood. we're going to start with Vic, who has managed to roll a natural 20.
I think this might be the first time I've rolled above like a 15 total on an initiative check. I'm almost always going last.
Mm.
Okay, let me do some... Yeah, this is pretty far off. I assume I can get through the rest of the group here.
As long as they don't say
And-
otherwise, yeah.
Yeah. And question, I'm assuming that this is the case, but I can roll for it if, like, you need a, identify check. Do the crowds work like they make a lot of small attacks, or is it like one single attack that represents all of the other attacks?
It's one single attack. Yeah,
Okay, so something like DR would not be that helpful.
not really.
Okay. So for now, in that case, I'll swift action, judgment. Gonna keep it on AC for now. I might switch that over to something depending on how things play out. That's a swift. Yeah, I think I'll just run over here. Does that give me... Would that count as... Because I'll probably end up using Blistering Invective again, or maybe Prayer. But if by being within 30 feet, does that... Well, I guess... Kinda isn't. Is that within 30 feet for the purposes of, like, actually affecting them with the spell, or... Like, is it just, like, kind of barely touching them?
As long as it comes to the edge of where they are. So they're a 20 by 20 group. So technically, like, this is the edge for both groups. That area that they technically fill. So... Yeah, it would still be...
Yeah.
You'd still be 35 feet, yeah.
Okay. In that case, I don't have any... Well, I don't really have a whole hell of a lot I can do then. I shouldn't have gone first, because now I gotta actually make decisions.
Right.
You know what? Spiritual weapon. Why not?
Ooh.
Spiritual weapon's always nice. I'm gonna cast it on the top group there. I can... If you want to I can make the item. It just follows them wherever they go.
Okay.
But I will go ahead and do this. And I think I get an attack right as it... one attack in the round the spell is cast. And then I full BAB afterwards. So here is that.
Yeah, most definitely hits.
Okay.
So the spiritual weapon slashes through the crowd, and a couple of the individuals within go down, hitting the dirt like bags of sand.
That'll be a move standard and swift, so that's it
All
for me.
right. Daxius, you are up.
In my kitsune form, I just sigh and like, well, surprise is out the window, so there's no point fascinating this guy. I'm gonna drop fascinate instead. Use a standard action to switch my bardic performance to inspire courage. And as I do, I'm gonna pull out the mask that I worked on. First time I've actually showed this. My original mask that's on my profile picture right now was given to the halfling girl back in the other city. The one I have now looks very similar, except it has like a deer antler on it, only one, and has like a crimson splatter of like what looks like a blood splatter on it on the left side, as well as two big scars where the eyes would be.
Oh, sorry, you continue.
Oh, that was it. And just
I I hate to ask already for something to be done retroactively. I just realized this one spell is creatures touched, not a range. Could I have asked Vic not to go forwards as much? Just like one step backwards?
I mean,
Like Sven could have said, like, stay close.
if
I think he just hit the edge of the mobs with his AOE. So
no, I couldn't get far enough for the AoE. So
that's right.
the spiritual weapon just went off, which is I don't remember the exact range, but it's more than 30 feet.
Mhm. I think it's medium.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like if you were
180
there,
feet,
that would
170
be
feet.
fine.
Yeah, I mean, if Gray's okay with it, I can just like hop back there.
If it makes
Even
no
if it was
difference.
just there.
It doesn't change any of the actions that I took. The spiritual weapon, the range is 170 feet for me,
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
so everything
And
else was just
Probably
Daxis, if you also could actually be close.
Yeah, I can stay close.
Okay, sorry.
It's all good.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Norman
thought this
right
was
into
a
it.
short range.
What spell is it?
Spider climb.
Oh, that could be handy.
Mm-hmm.
And
You guys will see.
yeah, I pretty much end my turn, but the last thing I'll do, I'll just point my crossbow at the guy and right in front of me at the door and just say, "Don't do something stupid."
Yeah, you go for that, and the door swings open, and one of the individuals inside kind of stumbles out. You can see the hood go back, and the visage of a very bedraggled, sallow-faced, half-toothless man come out with a sword, going like, "Oh, make me feel better!" and just swing at you as he gets in very clumsily with a 13.
That does not hit. I
Okay.
just, as he blindly comes at me, I just step to the side, like, "Come on, are we really doing this?"
Give me a perception check. Those
Sure.
people who can see in the dark.
Oh,
Okay.
Since I have low light vision, is that still the same? Like flat roll?
I'll grant it to you, but you'll be taking a -5, I think, since you
That's
can
okay.
kind of see something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have low light as well,
Okay.
I have dark vision.
Does that take
and that
into
is with
account?
yes,
Okay.
my base bonus is 21.
Yeah, then Vic is the only one who sees the possibility of something moving in the darkness towards the pillars to the north. As energy flows, and halfway down the area separating the house building that you guys were interested in and the key, a swirl of energy coalesces, and water from around the pier begins to flow up onto it, uh, shaping itself until a water elemental materializes, dominating the entirety of the pier.
Motherfucker.
mm.
I was wondering if something was going to be there.
And Sven, it is now your turn.
Alright, Sven casts Spider Climb Communal. This spell lets me divide its duration among other people. So any creatures touched, and I'm gonna touch everyone near me.
Fuck yeah.
So that means that everyone will have 2 minutes of Spider Climb. And the hope is that if we get knocked off here, we can like grab a pillar and just like stick to it and climb up.
Yeah.
Big brain.
And that is my turn. Sven like tags everyone on the shoulder and it's like spider climb, spider climb, spider climb.
It says it for each one. Amazing.
Okay. Hero, you're up.
Yeah. Shoot. Well, with the water elemental, I get. Yeah. You know what? Sure. I'll be the first. To run and hit that thing.
Remember to add Inspire
Hit that
Courage.
thing.
Inspire courage. Okay. Inspire courage is a +1, right?
At +2 now. It should
Oh.
be.
And that's one time?
No, it's just
Oh,
it's
okay.
as long as I've got my body performance going.
Then let me edit mine.
Yeah, it should be in your buff
Yeah.
section. If not, I just posted in the chat so you can drag it on.
Okay, yeah.
I assume it's level
If I
5.
just-
I mean, you guys have been using it enough now that it should be on your buffs.
Yeah, I've got
I
it.
would
I've
assume
got
so.
it.
Yep.
Is
It
it
was-
Okay.
just to be
set
sure it's level
to-
5 and not level 4 now?
Yes, it's level 5.
So I am going
Yep,
to
there it
activate
goes.
my host of buffs. So I am going to go into my greater rage, which I get 5 turns on. And then I'm also going to activate my reckless abandon, which is buffed by my headband of havoc, giving me a +3 to my attack rolls and a -3 to my AC. But that's okay. My AC is already brought down by my rage. So then I'm going to run up to swing at it with my hammer. And Lan, what was the rule for doing do two-handed with this thing? Is it 1.5?
So if you go into the attack section and just like roll the attack like normal, it should have the option for either held, one-handed, or two-handed. It is 1.5 for two-handed.
Okay.
But also just remember you only get one attack because you moved.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay.
Because if you were changing
Yeah,
this,
that's right. That's right.
you could step down and attack the humans for full attacks.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna attack this. I'm gonna attack this guy for
Just standing on Daxius.
Oh,
Daxius wasn't right there when I moved. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm going to attack this human with my full attack. And yep. Is that
Yeah,
it?
he's dead.
probably dead. Yeah.
Make sure to turn that precision damage off.
I don't think it's adding. I think that just
No, it
shows how
is.
much it would be.
It is adding.
Is that the
Precise strike. If you go into the attack roll, I think we set it up in a way that's it's
Yeah,
a
when
little tag than whenever you're attacking.
when I'm hovering over the bludgeoning damage, it doesn't show the precision damage.
Yeah,
It
because
adds
the
the
precision damage
total.
is below. The total damage is 37.
Oh,
But that's including
yeah.
the precision damage. So if you go to the use attack section, where it's like it should be like right under where you're using power attack and haste whenever you press the attack button. It should be in there if it's set up how I remember it's set up.
Yeah, it is, but it's unchecked automatically. Hold on, let me try something.
But
So-
it doesn't for the purposes
Oh,
of
that's
everything
weird.
else. We can
Okay.
probably just
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
So 33 and
So all good.
32, if both those hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead. You have turned him into ketchup. There
Oh.
was not a lot there. He was more or less a normal human being.
I'm so glad I didn't attack the water elemental with that, guys.
I
one
was
was
assuming he
amazing.
might have more health than that. I thought you were stronger.
Yeah.
Reasonable assumption, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they're. I don't think these shiver addicts have more than 10 health. I'm gonna be honest. Since talking is free, I'm just gonna look at the other guy that I spoke to already and just don't make the same mistake.
Rugamesh,
All right, is that all for you?
yeah, I think my turn's ended.
All right.
It's up to Furnace.
You got to press end turn.
It's not available for me, so
Odd.
Yeah. I
Oh, there we
didn't
go.
turn
All right,
either.
you're up.
now it shows me that it's the drug-added rabble as the whose turn it is, and not Furnace.
Oh,
All right. I got
I see Phoenix.
I got
Oh, it's
two
Phoenix,
questions.
Must be
One,
me.
is this guy holding like a knife or syringe or anything that looks like it could contain a bad to get stabbed with?
Well, the guy that's standing
would
outside
argue
the
that-
door, since he
I
was
would argue that
fascinated for
knives
this
are
amount
bad
of
to get
time,
stabbed with.
doesn't appear to be holding anything.
Oh, well, I guess probably not the most concerning thing. Now the other thing is, now that I can walk on walls, can I? I know the dock probably isn't like the thickest, but can I stand on the side of it, like in this space basically? So I'd be hanging off the one side of this pier.
I think so, as long as in physics, because gravity would still affect you. But you'd be able
I
to stick
can,
to it.
Yep, I can honestly just like sit on it and wrap my tail around it for a little bit of extra support. So I'm gonna 5-foot step right over there. And then we're going to be casting a spell. Hopefully not getting smacked by the water elemental. Because I mean, it could be anything. But that should be a blessing of fervor on everyone.
Hey, fuck yeah.
We love those.
Yep. It's a good one. It gives its benefit at the beginning. And I'm not normally one to say no to a bonus to AC and reflex saves, but you know what? I'm going to just be zapping Mr. Water Elemental over here. And let's see. Can I do a Knowledge Planes or Arcana to see if I know if they're vulnerable to anything?
Knowledge planes would, yeah.
All right.
I don't know if I can hit it.
Well, I should be able to.
15, I don't know if that makes it. I think he's too big. I don't know.
Wait a minute.
It might work for a
Doesn't
little while.
someone in the party have create or destroy water as one of their cantrips?
I can create water.
I can
can
also
create
create
water.
water.
Is that only in 5e where it's create or destroy water?
Yeah.
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 And in second edition too.
Also, first level spell. 5e.
Do you guys
The
have
reverse.
the buff that you can put in the chat so I can put it on my sheet for Blessing of Fervor?
I think it's kind of
yeah.
like situational.
I have all of them. I set them up manually.
Oh. Yeah, they should be.
Other than
There's
being
speed.
immune to usual elemental traits, it appears to not be weak to any kind of element.
Thank you.
Shockingly.
Okay. Cool,
I'm
cool.
gonna check. I'm gonna check some other types just to see.
That's a good. He's not invulnerable to anything.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say it's not
Well-
invulnerable or immune to like any kind of elemental type either. So
I mean, we've
Yeah.
gone over elementals before, so no sneak attacks, no critical hits. Obvious stuff like bleed and paralysis and
Mhm.
that sort of thing.
Well, just gonna have to light him
it
on
does have
fire.
DR.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I was like just figuring out the specifics for some of the actions. Now, how did that get to be? Oh no, that's actually correct because I forgot about Inspire Courage. Does a 35 hit his touch AC?
Yes, yes, it
I would
does.
hope so.
DC, that should be, yeah, DC 19 reflex save or be lit on fire, as illogical as that may seem.
It can extinguish any fire as if like dispel magic.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah, it's a extinguish at save DC. It's a little harder to extinguish than regular fire
Mhm.
if it fails. But 11 fire damage,
Yeah, that's
and
22.
yep, that's it.
But it took the damage. The people standing at the end of the pier kind of push forward a little bit, but none of them seem to want to go out onto the pier itself. Some people throw a few things, just like random items that take like flight from in the middle of a crowd, and some of them land and clatter across the pier and then skitter into the water, but that's about it.
Guys, what if Gurgamesh just threw the grenade into the crowd?
They'd probably all get annihilated.
Okay.
All right, guys, hear me out. What
it
if
might
I
not be a
killed
bad
all
time
of
to
us?
use a grenade.
If the city has a drug problem, what if we just got rid of all of them? Since they're gonna die anyway, since, Shiver just kills them.
Ooh.
What we should do is put them into these work camps where they can give back to society. And, when they're done and we haven't fed them in 6 months, we can just, well, we'll get to that later.
That's a good idea, because Shiver addicts don't really care where they are so long as they get Shiver. So it doesn't really, the conditions of the camp really don't matter that much. As long as they get, at the end of the day, they get their Shiver, they'll be happy.
Some of the walls might be stained blue after a while, but, what happens, happens.
So, the water elemental does take a swing at the nearest target. The first attack is a 16 to hit. The second one is a natural 20, which does not confirm. You'll take 11 bludgeoning damage and become soaked as its arms slam into you.
I'm presuming you mean me, but,
Yeah.
Yeah. It probably only hits on a nat 20 at this point.
Another addict dressed in cult robes wanders out with a crossbow in his hand, which he raises and fires at the nearest target, which is Daxius with a 11 to hit.
Misses.
Mister.
And there is a fourth one that stands within, raising another crossbow and firing. This one is also at Daxius, because that's what he can see. This one is a natural 20 to hit. However, I believe a 13 does not confirm. You will take 6 damage as a crossbow bolt manages to catch you in the upper leg.
Nat 20 start already.
Only 2 in one round so far.
Yep. The one that had been standing guard manages to struggle to get a short sword out from under his robes and steps forward to swing at the nearest target, which is Gurgamesh with a 14 to hit. So,
No, actually, I don't. That may hit with my debuffs. No, it doesn't hit. Never mind. And my AC is at 19 right now.
Which reps us back around to Vic. It is now your turn.
Okay. Start off with the spiritual weapon, just to get that out of the way. It does get a full attack, and so 2 attacks now because BAB6 finally.
Okay. Yeah, both of those hit.
Okay. That's against same target. 5-foot step. I'm gonna switch over to the fervor extra attack. Where are they? Yeah, it's already there. So, going to start off with a full attack, power attack, and I believe elementals are not immune to intimidation stuff.
They are immune to them. They're considered mindless. Or wait, let me check that one actually, because that might not be true. Immunity to bleed, paralysis, poison, sleep, stunning, not subject to critical hits or flanking. Okay, so they are affected by mind-altering effects. Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. So, full attack. I wonder if there's a way I can just give myself an extra attack. I don't think so. I'll just do another single attack later. So both of those come with intimidation checks. If either of those demoralize it, I assume they probably both do.
Probably.
In any case, that gives me a swift action attack. So this is the swift action attack for Hurtful, and if this misses, then the demoralize is completely over.
No, that definitely hits.
Okay.
It is also dead.
All right. Well, I had another attack I had another attack, but I guess we're done.
Kicked its
Crazy.
ass.
All right. Daxius, you are up.
I just
believe.
give a long, drawn-out sigh. I warned you. And I'm going to take from Blessing of Fervor, make one extra attack as a full attack, and the +2 to AC and dodge and attack rolls. And I'm going to fire 3 crossbow bolts, 1 at each of the 3 in my line of fire.
All right.
Rapid shot, point blank. I'll do is that +2 just to the attack roll?
Plus 2 from what?
Blessing of Fervor. Yeah, just attack roll. Okay.
The buff should automatically apply it if you took it from my list.
Oh, right.
It's 10, 6. And the third?
There we go.
Okay. -9.
Are any of the? I doubt there's. Well, one of them beat sneak attack with Rugamesh in range of the one in melee.
He's not on the other side.
That's a
Oh,
5
that's right. You're right. I am thinking 5e.
One will swing at you because you fired within melee. They 9
That's
to
fine.
miss, so moving
Yeah.
on. You managed to shoot all of them. None of them go down.
Really?
Yep.
Fucking assholes. Move.
I'm playing another game so much that I was really confused why pressing middle click wouldn't let me move my cursor around the map. It's right click in this app.
I'll
No,
just.
like, Breath of the Righteous or something.
I'll stay where I am. That'll
Alright.
be my turn.
Everyone will give me another perception check, just in case.
Same
Appreciate it.
-5.
Yep,
For low
those same rules as before. Okay. Vernix, you're the only one that sees the movement out in the pylons as more magic is coalesced. Let's see.
Oh, hold on. Let me zoom out. Okay.
And as it is completed, you can hear the sound of like a harsh, disgusting voice seeming to drone in the darkness, the glint of something off of wetness or almost glass. Below you, the ocean begins to churn, and then as you're thinking about it, it's rising very fast. Within about 6 seconds, it's already up over the actual pier and is starting to climb up. People who are standing on the pier past your chest.
Yep, I kind of like scoot up as much out of the water as I can when it's not my turn, and I'm like, I think we need to leave.
I mean, Gilgamesh is completely underwater.
I guess because you're short.
I'm like four
Oh,
or
like-
5.
You're still medium.
Wait, Grugamesh, spider
Up to
climb
the
up
chin.
me.
Yeah, I'm 5'10".
Wait, yeah, could I run on spider climb up the side of the building over there?
You can go
I mean,
for
on
it. Yeah,
On your turn, I
on
can
your
actually.
turn.
Yeah.
The ocean does rise. There is 10 feet between the actual, well, technically not ocean. This is the surface of the river, and then the actual pier is 10 feet. It then begins to climb up, nearing another 8 feet on top of that. So everybody will be reacting as the water is getting up towards your head. Sven,
Huh.
Jesus.
you are the first to react.
Well, how tall is this building?
It is 20 feet to hit the roof.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't think the way out is through the crowd.
There is
Maybe it is.
kind of moored to the pier a rowboat. Probably large enough for most of you either to get in it or hang on to it. As the water rises, the rowboat floats up with it.
Uh, might be our only real shot, but also could be a really bad idea because if that thing capsizes, uh, that could be a way worse situation. So it's kind of a gamble. Do we want to go on top of the roof? I mean, if we go on top of the roof, the rowboat is still there.
Mhm.
I think maybe the roof is the play for now.
True. I do
You do
have
what
a
you like.
way to. I can knock down the crowds, but I think they'll stand up right after I do that. So that might be good to just
It's-
pick them off as they come in.
Is Fernix's ring water walking or like fog walking?
It's for fog,
No.
but that might not be such a bad idea here because if they're planning on following up what I assume is control water with something else, then if they can't hit us with it directly, it might possibly interfere with it. We'll have to see.
Fernix, do you need help getting to the shack?
I should be able to do it. I can give myself an extra 30 feet of speed. So I'm just going to zip right up there.
All right. I would like to act. Well, actually, we're in the water, so I probably wouldn't be swimming. Are we basically treading water right now? Like, is our movement speed
Yep.
fucked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Half movement. So the one blessing of fervor gives you an extra 30 feet. So it should
Yeah.
be about normal until you can get out of it. If you pick that one.
All right, great. I'm gonna increase my movement speed with blessing of fervor.
All right.
I'm going to go to here, and then I'm gonna try and jump and use the water to aid me in getting higher, and then stick to the side of the building above this guy.
Okay. Give me a acrobatics, I believe.
Works for me. Could I argue swim?
Once you're out of the water,
Well, yeah, but I'm jumping up like because I'm treading water to
Hmm.
be on the surface of the water and then stick my hand to the building, right?
if so, basically, you're not necessarily using the water. I'm assuming you probably squat down and then push off of the pier itself, because the
Yeah,
water's
and
not
then
going to give
kick
you
my
any purchase.
and then kick my feet and swim because it's water. I can float to the top of it. That's swimming, right?
I
It
don't-
is.
I don't
Then
imagine
you'll-
you're fully submerged. Aren't you like super tall?
Then go ahead and give me a swim.
Sorry, guys. It's a +7 versus a -1. I had
No,
to
I get
argue
you.
for swim.
Yeah. The guy doesn't even try to swing at you. In fact, as the water rises, most of them seem to be rather confused as to what the fuck is going on. And as it gets up to their
Mhm.
head, it's just sort of like, what the?
Bloop, 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 bloop. All right. So I guess I'm above this guy. I'll reach my hand out for other people, like it's a Disney movie.
All right. If that's all you're doing.
Oh,
All right, Gary, you're up.
Yeah, I think I'm going to I think I'm gonna try and climb up the side of the building.
All
Do I
right.
have enough movement to get over there and climb? I think I do.
Yeah, even a half movement, you would.
You can also use your fervor to give yourself extra speed if you're trying to get somewhere.
Nah. I'm trying to get up on the building.
Okay.
Cause
all
do I
good.
do it with a 19?
Well, you have spider climb.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, Sven, all you had to do was get around him and touch the wall, and then climb up it using spider climb.
Oh, that's true. Sven didn't think of that.
I was
This is-
assuming you were gonna go for that, but you made your argument, so I argued based on your argument.
This is Sven's first time using Spider Climb. Don't judge him.
Sven forgets how his class abilities work sometimes.
Woo! First one in the party, you do spider climb. This guy right here. Let's go.
Very useful. So hopefully that works out well.
Okay. You're able to push past the guy who is, like, obviously not swimming well, getting to the building and being able to climb up using Spider Climb. It is like 20 feet to hit the eave, and then like a little bit of footage on the gable of the roof. All right.
Yeah. Oh, shoot! I forgot to hit. Yeah, it's not showing up for me in turn.
You want to reload
Yeah.
thing, maybe? We'll move
Yeah,
it
it
to
shows it
Furnax
as
now.
Furnax turn.
Boundary.
Yeah, Foundry. It's great when it works. Furnax, you're up.
Okay, cool. I was like, I just got to the thing that I needed to know. Obscuring Mist does not work underwater, so if I cast it now, it would probably not do anything. So let's just go with the plan B. Get the speed blessing going, and I mean, well, if he hasn't punched anyone else in the face, I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume he's not gonna do it to me. So, for my swift action, let's try doing one of these numbers. So, I'm gonna target the northern group. There's kind of a coalescing of these green sort of crackles of electricity, and then lightning bolt jumps off of them. Hopefully. I missed this mob with a touch attack hit. Yep. Pretty good.
Oof.
If the attack succeeds, well, so much for that.
And you're shooting at just one of the regular dudes?
Yeah, just at one of the crowd.
Oh, you're shooting in the crowd. I believe the
Yeah.
17 still technically hits. Is there
But
technically a
it's a
critical failure for a spell roll attack?
Yeah,
spell attacks.
Ah.
Or
And,
counter attacks.
I was like, and something's up with that bonus anyway, but regardless, since that didn't do anything, I'm gonna go ahead and follow suit.
Maybe Dex,
Uh,
and then Inspire Courage.
Let's see.
Yeah, you're bobbing
Oh,
around in the water, cast the spell off, and it just strikes into one of the buildings above them, and you see a bunch of like the siding fall off into the ground.
Just looks over, like not even really paying attention to that happening, and like tries to look down and figure out where the pier is, and like jumps diagonally to get around that guy, about halfway in the water, and then gonna go ahead and climb up the building.
All right.
That should still be another 30 feet of movement, so I'll get however much height.
Okay.
And we do still have a standard action here. You know what would be great? If I had better than a dang second level spell to burn. For the crowds, they count as multiple people for spells that affect like one creature per whatever.
Yep.
Okay, so hitting 4 creatures in that crowd wouldn't do anything. In which case, Light Prison, you're on notice. This is the second time you're turning into Cure Light Wounds, or Cure Moderate actually. So, just leans over, and I guess whatever height I'm at, I'll be next to pop that on him. Oh my. What? Hold on. That should be 3 more, so 11 points of healing. It says caster level 8, but something's up with that macro. And yeah, looking flustered and like dripping, and just like, can I at least point out where the I thought I saw someone casting a spell from?
From in between the rotting pylons sticking out of the river to the north side of the map.
Oh, okay. So like over here.
Farther out.
Ah, okay. If I'll point over and I'm just like there. Someone's controlling the water from there, and that's it for me.
All right. Okay. So, the addled mob seems to back off a little bit as the water goes up. They seem to react in the ways, in the same way that those who were inside the shack reacted. They had no idea that this was coming. Still, though, they saw someone who might at least be within distance of them, and they begin to hurl shit. I'm talking literally anything. Bottles, scraps of old metal, pieces of wood, broken tools, shards of weapons. And 60 people throwing a lot of shit all at once is gonna guarantee some damage. Vic, you are taking 28 points of bludgeoning damage.
Holy shit,
As
that's a
a
lot.
fucking
Good.
hail of shit goes sailing out.
No saves or anything?
Nope.
As
Somebody
an
threw their
immediate
whole
action,
dresser.
I'm going to just. You have a cure light wounds potion on you somewhere.
I've got options.
Any potion is fine.
Yes, I've got
but-
several potions. I've got, I think, 2 lights and 2 mods.
All right, so we're going to pop an Ouroboros Catalyst on you, so that should reduce that damage, I think, by 5?
I don't know what that...
I sure wish I knew. Yeah, it's... Okay, so prevents the first 5 damage to you. That one's not so much important as what ability score bonus you would like out of that. Which flavor lollipop do you want?
What's happening? I get a bonus to something?
So the first condition here is that either this removes a status effect from you or it prevents damage, which it just did because it's an immediate. And then you get a +2 alchemical bonus to one of your ability scores for a round per level.
You're muted.
Muted.
Oh, probably Constitution, given that I just took all that damage.
Yeah. See, I thought of that one, but I didn't make it. So 1 sec. There we go.
All right.
Boop.
That is all that they
Yeah.
do. Those that are around you, who knows? They go under the water, and for now, it's the last you see of them. Vic, you're up.
Okay. So, I guess kind of a big question here. Are these crowds attacking us because they are being magically controlled by something, or are they just crazy and they're going to keep attacking things until either they die or get dispersed?
You have no idea.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm leaving Spiritual Weapon on them. So they get another couple of those.
All right.
15 hits.
Yes. Their AC is 10. They're not
Okay.
wearing armor. They look to be normal people, honestly. Really desperate, dirty, dingy, sallow people, but people nonetheless.
Because I kind of want to go over there and kill all of them. That might not be a great idea.
It wouldn't do wonders for our reputation within the town.
Fireball!
Probably not.
I don't think you'd
You
have to
should
worry
do it,
about
though.
that, considering what neighborhood you're in.
No,
Yeah.
but still, probably better to be safe than sorry. What's the realistically? Are we ever going to get close to the spellcaster?
Yes.
Okay. How? Let me phrase it this way. The range on my repeating heavy crossbow is 120 feet. Would I be able to take my shots at him from where
Yes.
I'm currently? Okay. So in that case,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
going
not putting shit that's not on the map in combat.
Oh, I thought it was off the map.
No.
Yeah.
It's in the
Oh.
pylons, meaning the pillars. Things that hold
Yeah, like.
the... So,
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so
okay.
where is
In
it?
this area.
Okay, I mean, if I know where they are, and if
Give
I
me
can
another
still,
perception.
yeah, still at the -5.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. You're able to make out, as it comes to the surface, a sizable shape. Now with the rising water and the magic that is coalescing around it, it appears to be a half-monstrous creature that seems to lurk just in the water.
Okay. Let's see. So I would have to swim over there, but I could use the fervor to give myself the extra speed, and I can also swift action to get some extra speed, but that would only give me a single attack. Would I be able to, like, spider climb, attach myself to this pole, and be able to attack without having to do any of the swimming penalties?
You're already 8 feet in water. You need to cross over to where it is.
No, so that's what I'm asking. If I were to swim over there, and like spider climb up, like is that pole like completely in the water?
Not 100%, but the water you can see is not rising past that limit. Like it is a square that is lifting up out of the river.
Okay. And so is swim speed is half your regular movement speed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so with fervor and with the extra 10 for that, you get 20. Well, that work? Sorry, I didn't realize I'd be able to actually. I thought he was like further off the map,
No.
which is.
I'm not going
fine.
to put something that is not on the map. That is
Okay.
way too much effort for me.
Yeah, that's where my confusion is.
Too much effort. Way too much effort.
So I can double my movement speed, and then with the fervor, but I can't. I still would only be able to get like 25 feet, so that's not going to work. What are the penalties for attacking while swimming?
Boy, howdy, I have no clue.
Yeah.
I think if it's a spear, there's not really a penalty, but anything
Well,
else.
that's under the water.
I don't know, man.
Because it's...
Okay.
Despite it being a river, the water here technically isn't flowing fast enough to affect you.
From what I'm reading, I don't see a negative, but it does say if you take a standard or full round action, so just making an attack, the remainder of which you can hold your breath underwater is reduced by 1 round.
Okay, so if you're attacking while not having your feet on something with a successful swim check, you will take a -2 to hit, and damage will be halved if the weapon goes underwater. I'm assuming if not, the damage is not halved. You would still take the lowered attack roll, however, since you don't have anything to brace against.
Okay.
Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Perfect system, no problems, no notes.
I mean, swimming combat is a pain in the ass in literally any system. So, to be fair to Pathfinder,
Yeah, no, it's not 100% like limited to them or anything. I'm just saying that they
no.
didn't make
Yeah.
better what they had already. Well, they probably 100% made better than what they were giving them free. But I can rag on them. They're not
Yeah,
making
no,
it
you're right.
anymore.
It's got some problems. Well, I mean, I might as well. Can I try to do an identify on this creature?
Sure, give me a knowledge planes.
Planes. I do have that,
Am I able to as well?
and that's +3 for identifying creatures.
Okay.
So 26.
There's a Hydra
My turn
demon.
is.
And
Okay.
Daxius, you were able to make the check once, right?
I haven't made a check yet for it.
I mean, that was Fernix that made the other check then.
Mhm.
So this one would be for you. Once it's pointed out to you, everybody will be able to make a check. Vic,
Okay.
with that check,
that's
you were
fine.
able to determine that it is indeed a Hydra demon, meaning it is not from this plane of existence. It is most likely from one of the hells, and it was probably summoned here. What else would you like to know about it?
Any sort of immunities? Probably first off, like special defenses. I mean, obviously we got spell casting. Depending on how many I get, probably start with immunities, special defenses, special attacks outside of the spell casting, and then I think that's probably enough.
Okay. It does have a damage reduction. Immune to acid, death effects, disease, poison. Has a resist to cold, electricity, and fire. It also has a spell resist.
Nice. It's fun for everybody involved.
Would
The
you
whole
learn
family.
from that?
Fun for the whole family.
Would Vic learn from that what overcomes the DR?
Yes, cold iron or silver.
Okay, that's good. I think that's like +2 or 3 though for enhancement bonuses, isn't it?
No, that's special material.
Well, enhancement bonuses do get past certain types of DR. Like it up to
Oh.
like +5 is heroic, but
Mhm.
I think +3 is cold iron silver.
You'd have
I
to
don't
look it
know.
up. There are certain classes that have like brawler and monk that once they get to a certain level, their punches technically qualify as that. So probably follows a
Yeah.
similar pattern.
Yeah. Okay. Rather than continue to take up 3 hours of my turn, I'm going to swim over, or I'm going to use the fervor to give myself the extra speed, which would give me a total of 20 swimming.
All right.
And from there, just make it. Well, what's the penalty for attacking?
The penalty
Right
for
now.
attacking what?
That creature
While
With a-
swimming or
while swimming.
melee would be a -2. If you're getting into the boat and standing and firing your crossbow, there wouldn't be a penalty.
But like if I were to try to full attack with my crossbow.
From where you
penalty
are
minus-
presently,
Yeah.
be the -2.
Okay. Instead of doing that, I will take the -2 penalty because I want a full attack.
All right.
I gotta dump the extra attack. Actually, no, I'm not gonna dump the extra attack in that case because I wouldn't be able to full move. So full attack with the heavy repeating crossbow. I can do 5 attacks before having to reload.
Yep.
So this is the first 2, and then I get a third because of the fervor.
Okay. Miss hit.
Okay. And then I guess I can't 5-foot step in the water, so I guess I'm just floating.
It's a floater.
Okay, what type of... I was gonna say, that did have a plus on it. Oops. So what does the 2 base one? I'll just do it as a whole. All right. Yeah, you definitely are able to see that except for the one bolt, which just sort of out into the river. The other two managed to hit it pretty much dead on. One seeming to bury itself in its skin a little bit. The other one actually, like, going through, and you can see, like, blood fall out a little bit. Or whatever qualifies for blood for a demon.
Okay.
All right.
Actually, I'm gonna, because I can still do a swift action. I'm gonna swift action and switch my judgment over to healing, get myself an extra couple points.
All right. With 3 bolts being fired off into the distance, those of you who are paying any amount of attention are able to see where he was firing.
Yeah, Vic would point it out as well.
So is that your turn?
Yes, I'm just applying the healing. And
All right, Daxis, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna take for Blessing of Fervor, speed and the extra attack. And I'm just where actually no. You said that the other 3 that were on the dock just disappeared, or like
They went under the water. They didn't
right.
surface.
I'm like. I'm probably still under the water too. Do I see them?
Yeah, the 2 that are outside are obviously trying to struggle to get to the surface. They, since their turn has not come, they're not able to react to do anything else.
Okay. Instead, I'm not gonna take the extra attack. I'll take the bonus to attack AC. I can't talk under the water.
Nope.
And Vic, is your head above the water?
You did jump in order to make that shot without the bolts going through the water.
Nah.
You're muted if you're talking, by the way.
I mean, I don't know in that case. I mean, I assumed I was just kind of like treading water as I was
Oh yeah.
firing.
Oh yeah. You're able to just tread water. If it gets any higher, you're gonna have to make a swim check just to remain, not going out like Jack. All we need is a kazoo and a shitty rendition of a bad song.
I trust the party is able to handle that guy without me, at least for a few turns, and I came here for a mission. My goal is to fulfill that mission. I'm going inside of probably the filled with water building.
Mm-hmm. You swim in past the 2 struggling addicts. Going inside, you see the 3rd one has floated up towards the roof, but there's like maybe an inch or 2 of breathable air before the water is going to fill the room. In the water itself are floating what appears to be some chairs, a table, empty vials. There's a decent amount of bottles. There's some food that's being swept up and ruined by the river water. There are some boxes that have glass vials in them. There's not that many of them, however. Vials within the box, not boxes in total.
There are a few that are filled though still. So I'm going to take 2 vials
Alright.
as samples. And the rest, I just want to take the butt of my crossbow bolt and just smash the rest of them.
Okay. You're able to do that. It takes a while because, moving underwater.
Yeah,
A decent
I
amount of
imagine
it
that's
sort
my whole
of,
turn.
floats and flishes. But either way, it leaves everything
Floats and
within
flishes?
shattered. Say again?
Yeah.
You said floats and flishes.
Flishes.
I'm sorry, what are those?
Floats away.
Okay.
I believe that's my whole turn. I don't think I can do anything else.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay. The creature, despite taking those bolts, continues rolling its arms up and makes the water climb higher. It raises up over the ensuing 6 seconds, so the rest of the turn as it is running around another 18. Those of you who are on the roof, even as you back up onto the gable of it, see that the water is continuing to climb and climb and climb. Sven, you're up.
Can I get myself on top of the building?
You are on the building. It's 20 feet
Oh,
tall
okay.
with a couple extra feet for the gable.
All right. I'm gonna start call lightning, I guess,
All right.
which is a full round, so I pass my turn.
All right, Grugamesh, you're up.
Are there any sign of paddles in the paddle boat?
Yeah, the rowboat is equipped.
Theoretically, how many turns would it take for me to row on out to the spot where Vic was shooting at?
Maybe a turn. I have to now look up rowboat speeds rules in this game.
Well, I think it's based on strength. So, maybe Garugamesh could get there in half a turn and I could still attack this turn, right?
No. It is a maximum of 30 feet.
Rowboats are 30 feet per round and have an acceleration of 10, whatever the hell that means.
Does that mean they go an additional 10 feet every turn?
I would assume it means that the maximum speed takes 3 rounds to get up to, because you can only increase your your current speed by 10.
Yeah.
Oh.
That would make sense.
I guess I'm gonna hop in the rowboat and try and head over to where
Okay.
this
So-
guy is.
You run over to it, leaping as the water rises. You have to yank up at the rope a little bit before it finally slips free of its binding. You're able to then sit, grab the oars, and turn it around, aiming it towards the direction you wish to go. As to whether or not anybody else goes with you, it's up to them.
I guess I'm here for a turn.
Yeah. Did reloading fix the thing?
If anyone wants in on the boat, come with me now.
Oh, good, it did. Cool. All right, Fernix, you're up. Muted.
All right. So, is the demon thingy? Well, first of all, the water rose again. Am I underwater?
You will be soon.
Okay. Well, that's good because I am hoping that this will prevent that. Can I see the demon from where I'm at now?
Yeah, even through the water, you can make out its shape.
Cool.
It's not little; it's pretty big.
It's underwater. Does that stop line of effect? I think maybe just for fire spells. Which,
Probably.
yeah. Fortunately, I don't think dispel magic is a fire spell. So yeah,
Okay.
I look over towards the demon, and I'm just like, how about you call it here, and just absolve him of his sins.
All right. So,
Well,
is that a
depends
check
on
you
the-
have to make to get
it is a check. I was like, something about this. It seemed like that might not seemed like I might still have to get that
Yeah, that
spell
passes.
correct. 22.
Yeah, that passes. All right,
Yay.
so Since the water was closing in on being about 40 feet over the actual surface of the river, as you cast the spell and the magic is dispelled, the water crashes down. So those of you who were not in the water, or excuse me, in the water and not like attached to anything, you fall. Give me an acrobatics, because I don't know if anybody's been in like a place where water suddenly rushed out. It's generally pretty difficult to keep your footing. It also rushes out onto the island as well, pushing the crowds back against the buildings, smashing them into them.
Is the DC like 19 or above?
Probably.
Okay, I'm not gonna roll because I have a -1.
Oof.
Give me
You-
a roll.
you
Everyone
might-
just give me a roll anyways.
You can nat
Okey-doke.
20 it, Vic.
Including me.
I did not nat 20.
Wow. Even if I was going to be generous. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I was over the water.
No, those of you who are in the water. So it's just him and Daxius.
Okay.
Oh, I thought because I was in the.
You said everyone give me a
Fair
roll,
enough,
and I was like, well, sure, but
Daxius, you manage to, as the water suddenly rushes out, because it does, it just runs right out of the building. You're able to brace yourself against one of the doorways that sucks you out, or tries to at least.
Jesus Christ!
I mean, Gilgamesh is in the rowboat. I don't know if that.
Yeah, the boat goes right down.
But Gilgamesh also has the ring of feather falling.
It will not apply to the
don't-
boat.
I don't have that equipped.
Oh, well.
I'm sorry. I just imagine the boat like Looney Tunes, like falls, Gilgamesh in the air, like blinks, and then just falls.
Like, nice going, Vernix.
Yeah.
oh, sorry about that. I just kind of wanted it to go away.
No,
How
you're
are you doing?
no. Vic's probably like on board for a second until he just drops 20 feet out of the air.
Oh God.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, wait,
thankfully you don't
did
take
he-
any damage, even if as you hit the ground,
Okay.
because the water kind of makes you go like this.
It's like, oh no, the falling damage.
So what actually happened?
So the water rushes down. Daxius is almost sucked out. You go down with the water. The acrobatics would have helped you keep your footing. Let me just roll a d20 to see how it goes. Kind of middling. You're sucked basically back towards the island itself. Probably scraping yourself along the pier somewhat. Your armor protecting you from the abrasion. It is not pleasant, at least. Gilgamesh, the boat falls and you fall with it. At worst, you slam into the bottom as the boat kind of goes, but it's not like you are hurt by it.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
far in do you want me to say? Like 20 feet?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
You're down prone because it like sucks you down as the water like kind of flows off around you. Everything is wet. All right.
Well, if he's over there, and that was my standard already, I guess the best I'm going to be able to do is try to maybe slow them down. I don't know. I'm gonna shoot at them. I'm gonna shoot them. The southern group this time. With
Alright.
Lance of Heatless Air, which didn't roll a 1 this time.
Yay,
Thank
not
goodness.
one. All right. The spell crosses over the open air towards the group, which is technically considered prone, but I can't, I guess, by rules, apply a prone to a troop. Because,
Really?
well, yeah, it would mean that they were 100% all prone, which,
Well,
either way, it hits a couple of them. You think you kill at least 1 or 2 people within the group as they
Oh,
suddenly
and
turn
that's
to
good.
ice.
Yep. And that's gonna do it for me this time.
All right. The groups both spend their turn getting up to their feet and evaluating what the fuck just happened.
I start killing them.
Barry, give me a will check.
As soon as
I'm invoking the no backsies rule.
Oh no, yeah, no, the no backsies rule was actually invoked for something different. So, the addicts that are within the building and on the pier, all three kind of get up, similarly wondering what the fuck just happened. Actually, this poor bastard is... who knows? You don't see him anymore. Well, I have to move... oh wait, now I can get you. Him as well, you have no fucking idea. There's one guy left in the building who manages to be thrown against one of the corners as the water rushes out.
I'm just gonna say to him, last warning, don't be a fucking idiot.
He's not conscious.
Oh, well... oh,
You
shit,
say that
never mind
to his
then.
either corpse or unconscious body. You're
Or
not
the
100%
important
sure.
God.
Who do we get to pick?
Well, we can
All right,
guarantee
Sven, I
one of
will
them at
say
least.
passed. For now.
Okay.
For now.
Vic, you are up.
All right. So, funnily enough, I can't actually fire crossbows while prone. So I could keep shooting at this guy.
Yep.
You do still have Blessing of
No
Fervor.
penalty.
Yep. Which is kind of a funny little interaction there. I guess we'll start. Spiritual weapon still on those two, or on those guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, actually, this is applying the prone penalty, so it shouldn't. I'm just going to take that off temporarily.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So,
Yeah, both of those hit.
another 14 damage.
All right.
So getting up from prone is a move action, right?
Yes. Does it eat half your move speed or all of it?
Oh, it's
well.
a move action.
Oh,
It's your
all of it.
hold. Yeah, you can Blessing of Fervor to stand up as a swift, but I understand if you don't want that.
I'm not going to bother. I'm going to... yeah, there's no way I'm going to get into melee range with this fella. So, because I can only do 2 more attacks with my crossbow without having to change the clip, I will just switch my Fervor Blessing to the attack roll bonuses, just in case. And for funsies, I'm going to spend a swift action to activate Bane for my crossbow. So, pop 1 round of those. Light buff. And do a full attack with both attacks against our friend the frog.
Okay. Hit miss.
Yeah, that's annoying. Oh well, can't get around 6s. But I am still prone, just lying on the ground, and my crossbow is now out of ammo.
All right.
But that is it for me.
Daxius, you are up.
Other than the secret exit that I know is in this room, there's nothing else of interest in here, yeah?
No, not really. Everything else has been destroyed by the water.
Do I have, like, is... I didn't know the exact location, but do I know, like, which side of the room I would know it would be in? Because I'm using the wand I used.
The hidden entrance?
Yeah.
It's in the very center of the room. As the water rushed in, it moved everything around and revealed it.
Oh,
It's
okay. So
quite
it's not
obvious.
secret anymore.
No.
Okay. I assume that just goes under the water. So I'm gonna take. Sorry, Sven. This is gonna go over your character, or under. We'll see. I'm gonna take a 5-foot step there. Oh, he moved.
He was washed out by the water as well.
Ah.
Does that break my cast?
Oh, you should be above me. Because
Yeah,
you're on
the
the wall,
roof.
right?
Oh, okay.
You're technically on the roof.
You just might have to move my character so you can move yours. If you do. Yeah, do I see that guy over
Yeah,
there?
he's still on the surface floating.
Okay,
Pulling a
well
bolt
now...
out of his hide.
Okay, now that I do see him, how far? Damn, wouldn't matter anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the extra attack and the plus to AC, and I'm going to... Actually, first, as part of my 5-foot step, I want to hide.
Okay.
You don't have to do it part of movement. It's just part of your turn.
Ah, right.
There's a penalty to movement, or there's a penalty if you move too far.
Fair enough. All right. Hope that is enough. Unless he's super perceptive. And I'm gonna try and shoot the shit out of him. Do I get sneak attack?
Yes.
Thank God.
It's a very good perception check. Roll the 5.
Oof.
You might be able to get per sneak attack on both if you successfully do the sniping roll in the middle there.
Ah, yes. Do I do sniping in between shots?
Sniping is to remain hidden.
It's after you shoot, so
Okay. So
I mean you're going to be detected either way, so you might as well.
yeah, I'll roll to
Well,
see if I snipe on
Doesn't
the...
help with the 14.
I get one more, so I'm gonna have to do sniping twice. But it's a -8, I believe. Actually, wait, hold on. Keep forgetting my crossbow has a thing.
Let's say to remain hidden. I think it's either a -10 or a -20 for sniping.
It's -20, but he gets a bonus because of the weapon.
Okay, so -12.
It's -12, yeah.
-12. Yeah. I think you're
so
seen. after
I'm
that.
seeing, okay. So I'm just gonna...
That's probably why you rolled the nat 1.
Probably. Just slip a little bit on the water. Shit!
The frog
my-
is just
In my last shot... Oh, fuck. I meant for the... Would I have known about his DR from Vic?
Nope. You never said anything about it.
Damn. Alright. I wouldn't have known then.
It is a hit, and you see the bull kind of glance off its hide.
Oh, shit. If he is affected by it, though, if that the first sneak attack did hit, he is bleeding.
Yeah.
Okay. It is 2 damage a turn.
Okay.
It is at double check.
That's for this one. The cat is very angry.
That is my turn, because that was my full attack.
Alright.
She's just silly.
Okay. Okay. It climbs up to actually stand on the water itself. Like Christ himself.
We're gonna lose viewers.
And
You can't compare the giant frog monster to Christ.
Yeah, one of them is significantly cooler than the other.
You won't say which one.
Yeah, we'll let our viewers decide.
If I ate the body and blood of this frog demon, that would be considered pretty gross by most standards. But if I did it to real life human being Jesus Christ, that'd be normal.
Yeah, if
So, and as it sort of takes in what it wants to do, it manages to spot the person who just shot at it and cast a spell back, almost pulling some green glop from its own mouth and just shooting it at the end of its hands with a 25 to hit.
That does hit. That just hits. Fuck.
Okay. You are coated in a flick of acid that burns through, inflicting 4 points of damage and seems to stick around.
Lowered to 3 because of the haunted fae aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Ow, ow, ow.
That will last for another 2 rounds, unless something is done about it.
3 damage each time?
2d4.
Okay, gotcha.
Alright, Sven, you are up.
Alright, Gray. Well, you know the question I'm gonna ask. Would you consider it to be, let's see here. Stormy, like a rain shower, clouds and wind, hot and cloudy conditions, or even a tornado, including a whirlwind formed by a genie or elemental, blah blah
No.
blah. No,
It
it's
is
a perfectly
hot,
clear day.
definitely.
Is it hot and cloudy?
We're gonna go with cloudy. You rolled pretty well.
Oh, it's beautiful. All right, as per the spell, as we've done it before, it attacks twice this turn and then once every turn after, right?
I thought it was just once on the turn cast.
Yeah. And then once
Immediately
after.
upon completion of the spell and once per round thereafter.
So this one
After.
and then after.
Oh, right. You're right. Okay, so I do that to the
Hey.
to this boyo.
Hey, give me
There's a dex save to that, I believe, or a reflex.
Oh yeah, reflex half.
Oops.
You should probably just post the actual spell in the chat so people can read it.
Oh, that's true.
That
Where
is
you
a
call
natural
me
20.
Lenny?
What was that, Gray?
That is a natural 20.
Okay, it takes half damage, so 11, I guess.
Alright. We're just gonna ignore spell resistance because I don't wanna.
Yeah,
Why?
spell resistance is a bitch. Every time.
Yeah,
Alright.
There's
Literally,
actually
a linear increase to every single time you cast the number of rolls every single time you cast a spell.
There's actually not anything I can really do this turn.
Get your bow out.
Get my what?
Get your bow out.
Yeah, but then it's a standard action to do the lightning again.
Yeah,
So I won't be able to use it in future rounds.
I mean, you can still cast it.
Yeah, I guess I just pull my... Oh, yeah, no, hold on. Oh, but I don't have my bow equipped. Alright, well, I spend my turn getting my bow out and maybe making one attack?
Well, if it's a standard action, no, casting time is 1 round, so this doesn't even go off until the next round.
What?
Yeah. A 1 round casting time is like summon spells.
Yeah,
So
I
you
started it last turn.
Oh, right. So yeah.
Yeah.
So that.
now
So
it
you do
gets
have your standard.
payoff.
Okay, so I guess I shoot it then. But
Yeah,
not
you
a
can
full
full attack.
round.
You can full attack.
I didn't have my bow equipped, so I have to pull it out and then
Oh, yeah.
equip it.
Never mind.
Alright.
But it's a move action to pull out your bow.
Yep. Well, part of movement, I guess, technically is.
Yeah. So limited to one attack, but you still get one attack.
Okay.
I shooted it.
That is definitely a hit.
And this is a magic bow, by the way. I don't know if that matters.
Old iron or silver?
No. The arrows are normal.
Okay. Alright, Gurgamesh, you're up.
So with the rowboat is
You're still
Is
ready
it a
to
stand-
go. You just
Yeah.
got shaken up like a soda can.
is it a move action to row it or a full action?
I love
To Google.
Are we using the vehicle rules?
I don't know what the vehicle rules are, but I'm going to go out on a limb and guess. You can,
So cry.
yeah.
Standard action.
Standard action.
And if
to
anyone
cry.
Probably
touches
standard
you
action.
and does 1 point of damage to you, you lose all control of your vehicle. No save.
So based on the vehicle rules, it essentially looks like the way you operate the rowboat is you bend over and get kicked directly in the testicles, and end your turn.
it will be a standard action.
This is
I feel
Apparently,
like
the driving
a
chick has
normal
survived.
person would be able to figure out how to roll, so I'm not going to have you roll a survival check to row a boat.
It might be
Okay.
faster if you were to just swim.
I
In fact, I can guarantee that it would be faster.
But Gurgamesh wants to row the boat.
You know what? I didn't account for that.
What if we want to rock the boat?
I'm more so considering being able to stand to attack this thing, and I could stand on a boat. I can't stand in water.
Yeah.
So
Gurgamesh is over here like a Disney film trying to row out to a creature quickly.
I mean, I thought about like hopping onto like these things and like doing like was it like Karate Kid style, like how like they're on the beach and they're practicing on top of like the wooden stakes in the ground,
Yeah, the pylons.
Right.
Literally
the
what they're talking
pylons. Yeah. So, anyways,
So, yeah.
can I use my fervor to roll or not roll, like row all the way there?
I don't think it grants you that ability. It's limited by the vehicle's speed.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just swimming there would get you there faster.
technically, yeah.
Okay. Well, how far can I swim then? Is it?
Swim speed is
What the-
half if you don't have a dedicated swim speed.
With your fervor, you can set that as the movement, and I think you have 30 feet movement speed.
Yeah. So if I'm moving twice, then I get 60 feet of movement. So I should
No,
be
you can
able
just
to
move once.
Oh yeah. 'cause
Once
40.
with the fervor speed gets you 30 feet.
Okay. Yeah. So
You'll have to
let's
give me a
see.
swim check. It's not a high check, but you still have to make one.
I'm gonna make it over to here with my swim check. I think I might have a point in swim. I do. I am actually a competent swimmer.
Okay.
Hey.
So, how does attacking from the water go? Can I technically attack this guy?
You take a -2.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
Because there aren't any rules that are like, this is for underwater, and this is for... You're in the water, but you're not underwater.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just saying that you're going to take a negative to start to hit it. But... You're not... I don't think you're going to take a negative to damage it.
Okay.
I feel like a -2 to the attack roll is pretty reasonable, considering swimming plus spider climb plus
Yeah.
extenuating
screw it,
circumstances.
Because, yeah,
I'm
like, when
gonna
you're
use-
standing, you're able to, like, brace yourself. When you're in the water, you don't have that.
But if
I'm
he's
gonna
got
use-
spider climb, he can one hand grab it, hit it with the other hand.
I am going to use surprise accuracy to turn that. I think that negates it. I think my surprise accuracy is a +2. But let me check real quickly. My character sheet is frozen. There we go.
Is it level divided by 3 or 4? Barbarian.
Yeah, okay. So actually, I think it's for every 4 levels the barbarian has attained. So yeah, I
So
get a
it's
plus
just 2.
Yeah. So that just negates it. Okay, I'm going for my attack.
Okay.
I guess that would be a
Both of
Only-
those do hit.
That would only be a single attack because he moved.
yeah.
Oh,
But it would
okay.
just be the first one.
You hit full round attack, I guess, instead of single attack. Okay. You manage to hit it, and it makes contact, and you hear something crunch as the head of the shield splitter makes contact with this sizable fucking half frog.
I'm sorry I have to do this. You're too beautiful for this world.
Phoenix, you're up.
I had to apologize too because I was trying to just get rid of the demon, and I got the water instead, and then I was like, well, I've waited too long, so we're gonna have to roll with it, and be a little bit more defensive. How far up in the air am I?
You're standing on the
side.
roof, so you're 20 feet off the ground.
Okay. In that case, yeah, I am gonna do the speed blessing, and let's just get down to where. So 20 feet of that movement going down, I'm not gonna drop down and break my my ankle over this. And then let's see. Okay, I can't quite see Daxius from there, so I've got another 30 feet of movement just about. No? Damn it.
I don't know what you were trying to do with me, but I'm just on the dock there.
Wait, where?
I'm right here.
Oh,
They're standing on top of each other.
Yeah.
okay, cool. But for some reason before, when I was right next to you, I would click the ping button and it would say I don't have line of sight to you. So cool.
Weird.
That makes that a little bit easier. Well, the mob hasn't advanced on us.
They spent the last turn standing up.
Yeah, but it's still. I'm figuring that that's probably going to happen. Let's see. So, Sean, how are you looking as far as health and stuff goes?
I'm doing pretty fantastic, actually.
Good.
Knock on wood that Gray didn't hear that.
Mhm.
All right. Let me just check real quick because I forget exactly what the range was. Oh, well, if I do it as a standard action, it's 100 feet. But yeah, honestly, I think I'll probably go with that. Because you can pick whatever bonus you want for the alchemical realization, and no, you know what? Scratch that. Fuck it. We're going with the thing that I originally thought might be a good idea. So let's go ahead and throw. Let's just be super cool and heroic, and throw some acid down at the southern crowd here.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, that should be. Yeah, I was like, I knew one of these didn't have the right attack bonus. I'm just gonna add 2 to it because that's at least close enough.
All right, that definitely hits.
Okay. Well, they're gonna take a penalty on their AC and saving throws for 1 round, but that's totally fine, and I don't care about that because the next thing that we're going to be doing is taking a couple of the leftover etheric charges and smashing them together and enshrining Vic in a big blue orb of fire. So this is going to be basically a half damage shield that absorbs up to 20 points. And it also does a little bit of fire shielding too. So I think that is actually on the buff as well. So if you hit the little die button next to it, yeah, it'll do the right types of damage back if they happen to actually hit you.
That big girl. Man.
And I've got to just correct.
It's based off of your wisdom or my wisdom?
My wisdom.
Okay, so +4.
+5.
It's 5. Okay, because it's taking the wisdom.
It's D6 +3. Yeah. Oops.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do the manually +5. Okay.
All right. And yep, that's gonna be it for me.
All right. The mob manages to get itself up to its feet and kind of takes in what's going on. I don't know if they would think that this is them winning or them losing, or if it's just sort of in between still. Either way, they're gonna throw shit. Leroy! Alright, so before any like modifiers, because I'm not gonna try and like calculate based off of the defenses that were given. They inflict 26 points of bludgeoning damage. Do the math as you will to whatever it does to that.
Seriously, no save to that?
Nope. Because it's like 40 people throwing shit all at once. They only get one
But even
attack.
like a cloud of daggers, which would be similar to something that give a save, but it seems weird.
Azothic Shroud absorbs 13 of
Yeah.
that then.
13 or 20, because I thought it was 20.
It halves damage, and then once it absorbs 20 points of damage, it dissipates.
Okay, so minus 13. All right.
Nope, there's no save.
Yeah, that's really weird. I'm gonna go obliterate these guys.
Yep.
That's it for them.
Oh,
That guy's dead.
that's right. I forgot. Immediate action, we're going to reduce that by another 5 with... Oh, shit. Never mind. I was like, oh no, that's right. I can't put the same effect back on you.
Alright, top of the round. Vic, you're up.
Okay. Fervor. Well, first off, let's resolve the spiritual weapon. I'm assuming this is probably just gonna kill him.
Probably. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So,
That damage is way too high because I still had Bane on, but it's still.
alright, so
Yeah.
people are injured as the spiritual weapon flashes through. You do see some people that are injured, like, kind of crawling away, but otherwise the troop disperses. Those who have survived just sort of stumbling away, leaving a decent amount of corpses on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, I felt bad for him at the beginning, but then they did, like, over 50, almost 60 damage with no save. So now I don't feel as bad. Fervor, stand up. So, doing that stand up bad boy. So swift action, pop up.
Alright.
I think I might be able to get there. Of course not. That's pretty annoying. I thought I could get there, but I did not read apparently.
If you use the other
Actually,
fervor, we should be able to get
no, but I use the fervor to stand up.
You get 2.
No, I get 1.
I thought you got 2.
I get 1 round. Well, I get 1 of those bonuses per round.
Have I been doing it wrong this whole time?
Probably.
I thought it was once and then it dispelled.
No, it's once per round for the duration, which I think is 7 rounds.
Yeah. You pick one bonus at the start of your turn, and
Mhm.
you can pick the same one every round if you want, or different ones.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know where I never mind. Yeah.
It's okay.
Would I have to roll to basically hop that with spider climb to get in range?
I'll make you do an acrobatics, but it's not a high DC. Please roll a nat 1 somehow.
You know who it is. Yeah.
Don't say that. Oh my god.
That's all, folks. The DC was 5. It was 5.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Either way, with the spider climb, you're able to grab the dock and pull yourself back up. But that's it. Holy shit.
Okay. Well, if nothing else, I drop my fervor and heal 3 points because my judgment. Anyway, I killed the elemental.
Yeah. And
The one thing I
technically
did.
the crowd. Well, part of the crowd.
So, if I'm dumping my standard anyway, can I at the very least say I'm like here?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay. Next round, inching closely. So I was going to say that I pulled out my Bardiche while I was moving, but apparently I just took a big bite out of the fucking pier instead. So.
Oh my god, Daxis, you are up.
I'll say as part of my continuing bardic performance, I'm gonna have it look like a shadow bubbles up from the ground behind Victalion and slowly rises above him and takes the form of like a shadowed wolf. And all you could see out of the shadow is just 2 red eyes that look angrily at the crowd.
Yeah, it flies up out of the dent I made with my forehead.
Otherwise, I'm gonna try and hide again.
Alright.
If that passes, we'll see. And I'm going to take the Blessing of Fervor to get an extra attack. Do I get sneak attack?
Out of pity from what just happened, I will grant you it, despite him rolling a natural 20.
I mean, I'm not the one who needs the pity.
Yeah, do I need to roll a performance check or something?
Don't say no.
Yeah, sure, I'll take it. Before I do attack, can I make a planes check
Sure.
to identify it?
Yeah.
I'll take 10.
Okay.
Yeah, Vic has apparently been too occupied to actually share the details. Partially because he's eating the pier, and partially because he was underwater.
Fair enough.
You get the same details that I gave Lan when he asked.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch to alchemical silver then.
Beautiful.
Full attack.
Oh,
Oh,
I forgot to
Wow.
mention that my hammer has alchemical silver.
Wow.
What is
silver
going
it.
on, you guys?
Oh yeah.
Guys, do we want to talk about this?
maybe we should.
No, neither of
Yeah,
those hit.
I do get one more. Gonna sniping check. Second sniping check. I don't think that passes. Do I get sneak attack on my final attack?
Yeah. I'm holding
I
the
do.
same thing over for the rest
Okay.
of this. Your turn. That one, thank
Okay.
God, does hit.
I forgot to add sneak attack to that.
Very
Holy
good.
shit, let's go.
Nice.
Also, I forgot last turn he should have taken 2 points of bleed damage as well
Already
on top of
inflicted
that.
it. That one
Oh,
I did.
okay.
I did it at the time because I was like, I'm not gonna remember this.
That's fair. I'll try to remind you. But yeah, that's all I can do. That's my turn.
Okay. There's gonna be a lot of things that happen here.
Just before you say it, I'm gonna dodge.
Oh. We'll take an additional 2 points. But you
Okay.
probably already did that.
One attack misses, but I believe a 21 and a 26 both hit.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, yes, they do.
Yeah, the creature standing on the water rears up and just swipes at you with its massive arms, hitting you for 6 and 5 damage. The third swipe doesn't hit, and just as you think it's done, it rears back and spits at you.
Lovely.
So, there's a natural 20, but so it spits on you. Give me a will save. Thank God you pass. The spit, as it flows over your fucking face, you suddenly become insanely exhausted. You almost feel yourself go like, or
Oh,
managing to catch yourself.
crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That was
I was crazy once.
Sven, you are up.
Really quickly, I should have taken 2d4 points of damage.
Oh,
Because
yes,
of the acid.
the acid.
standard
In that
action.
case,
that
That's
was
my
not-
turn.
Oh,
So immediate action. Is there a save to remove that?
on what, the acid?
The acid.
No, he just has to clean it off himself.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
in that case, we'll prevent 5 points of that damage, and give you the first stage,
Okay.
which turns into the second. What kind of alchemical bonus would you like
Is this for Gilgamesh?
for you?
It's for me. Oh, I'll take dexterity.
All right.
So how do I add that?
So that should be a buff you can drag on, and then
Ooh,
I need to just adjust that from Dex. And then there's that. By the way, if that adds to a successful roll, let me know, because you can do something with it next turn.
okay.
I forgot, because both of the attacks that hit you Gilgamesh were its claws. I'm pulling a page out of Sasha's, well, technically no, I'm not, the book is. Out of Sasha's book, you will suffer another 10 points as rake applies. That's it.
Is that 5 for each?
No, it's considered like one part.
Okay.
Oh, it's rend.
Does-
So
no,
it
rake.
adds.
Yeah,
Oh,
Does D
rake.
it's
Oh.
rake, yeah. Just like Sasha
Does-
Oh,
does.
so okay. So
Does-
those are
Not
additional attacks. Sorry.
Okay. Does DR apply?
I don't know.
If it's
Yeah.
an additional attack, then yes.
Okay.
So how much did I take from the acid? Because I didn't get a number from you. Gray.
Oh, I thought you were gonna roll it, so roll 2d4.
I did roll it, but I saw you immediately rolled right after, and I assumed that
Oh
was
no,
it.
that was for the. Yeah, that was for the rake damage. And the
Okay.
reflex roll against I'm assuming that was the call lightning again. Harry?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's not max damage, which is 8, I don't take anything because
It's not, it's 6.
okay, I don't take anything.
Okay. The reflex save was a 23.
That passes.
Okay.
Thank you, Fernix.
Alright. Sven, what else are you doing?
That's my turn.
Okay, Gilgamesh, you're up.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat the shit out of this thing. So I get the -2, and then I'm going for a full attack with the hammer.
Okay. Hit and hit.
And then I'm going to
With the -2.
Yeah, the -2 is on there. And then I'm gonna hit it
Doesn't
with.
look like it is.
I thought I applied
There it
it.
is. Plus negative
Oh.
2 plus 9 power attack.
Okay.
Is it? Well, I see the -2 on the damage.
Oh, did it go on
Whatever.
the damage?
Yeah, it went on the damage. It did, yeah,
Oops.
it applied it.
Okay. Yeah, and then I'm gonna go for the gore attack.
Okay.
And 2 claws.
It goes under the water as it dies.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
We still need to find out who summoned that thing.
As it takes the injuries, the hammers and the gore and the slashes, obviously the magic holding it up on top of the water itself dissipates, and the whole half-ton creature just goes right under the water with a nice big ripple vanishing into the drink. Okay.
Now to kill the crowd.
Yeah. Maybe the summoner is in the crowd hiding.
All right, is that all for you? Oh.
Yes, let me end my turn.
I was gonna say, like, and he got up. Fernix, you're up.
They're like a small character in somebody's backpack. All right. So, yep. I'm just like I look over at Vic and I'm just like, I'll do my best to address the rest of these bastards. Let's do Blessing of Fervor speed. And then I was measuring out my movement distance. It doubles my speed, so we're gonna go ahead and move right on over to there.
I kind of figured.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
the north group is
They're dispersed. They're
not.
what's there is mostly corpses or people that will be dead very soon.
Yeah. We'll see if we want to just let them, deal with that. But these guys right here, are they close enough to hit me from
No.
where I'm? Okay,
With a melee attack,
Then,
no.
right. That's true. I guess I can just roll the thing I was going to think of next turn, because this is going to take a second. All right, so first things first. Did that roll?
Yeah, roll.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so 7 points of damage to these guys.
Okay.
And there is a greenish sort of mote of electricity. So they're are they considered one target, basically?
So that depends on what you're asking for.
Well,
Last 5.
so this effect
Okay.
puts a little spark around me that's adds 1d6 to damage. It does that to them as well. It goes off if either of us deals or takes
So
energy damage. So actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't happen because
Yeah.
what I'm about to do does bludgeoning damage. So never mind.
well, even
Oh my gosh.
even if you didn't want to do that, no, it wouldn't, because they technically don't qualify as like single targets for like you must attack a certain creature, even if it's like 4 or 5. But it would if there's an undetermined amount, like a splash damage or an area effect.
Okay.
Then it would.
Well, I'm like, darn, too bad, because I was trying to build off of stuff, but I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of rushing through stuff, so I'm like, that makes sense. I'd probably imagine Fernix panicking in the situation, just being like, fucking, just got to get over there and do something for Vic. So where Fernix is standing at that point, there's the burst of electricity, and then he moves his arms out, and his cloak sort of unfurls up behind him, but keeps expanding outwards, and as it does, he becomes water, quite literally, and expands outwards to 15 feet. So this is effectively like a 15-foot wide line that I'm going to use to rush through all of them. 15 feet wide and 15 feet tall. Does 46 bludgeoning damage and knocks prone with a reflex save to negate that.
Okay.
I guess it just does 46 to the group.
Yeah, they would take damage because I can't make a check for them because it's very amorphous basically. Some are
Yeah.
knocked down, some are not.
Well, I mean, I was hoping that would be a big enough area, but
Mhm.
yeah, I see now. They're like
20. They're 20 by
25 feet
20.
wide.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm moving right past them anyway,
Okay.
and
Which-
that only is instantaneous. So we're not water for more than a second, but
Okay.
hopefully it at least hurt them somewhat. And that's it.
So, I'm gonna roll morale. Look at that, a natural 1. I rolled it like a little while ago. And they begin to break. Like, those who have survived just begin to break.
Yeah.
As they do, most of them, like, rush for the alleys between the buildings or something like that. There's like, maybe 15 or 18 survivors that are, like, not already corpses. As they do go, there's going to be a few things that kind of happen quickly. I'm assuming most of those of you who are nearby are going to give chase to an amount of them. Sven, give me another will save.
Okay. Hold on. Over to combat. Will.
Nice.
I don't want to take away your, like, autonomy, but this was going to happen one way or the other. You already know what.
Oof.
Yeah.
Ooh.
How about for the will save? Just to have something cool with it.
Okay. So, I'll handle his first, and then we'll get back to what's going on otherwise, as other people are, like, going to attack or figure out what's going on. You have the same urge of chase them down, kill them, eat them, feast of their flesh. And you're able to say, like, no, I'm not going to do that, but the smell of something still alive, but not quite, able to resist that is rather close. The man in the building right below you.
Ooh. Okay.
In the few seconds that follow, the rest of you give me an idea as to what you are doing.
I'm gonna call up to Sven and like, hey, just in case there's another teleporting trap door, I'm checking out what's in here. Let the others know.
Okay. Vic, I'm assuming you're chasing people down.
Probably not any further than the building line.
Okay.
Probably was getting ready to do 3 attacks, full attacks with Bane on them, so they would have been paced regardless.
Furnace.
Yeah, I'm not even brandishing my weapon. I'm just marching forward towards them with like one hand up, like I'm about ready to fire off another one of those.
And Gurgamesh, I'm assuming that you're pulling yourself back up to get to shore.
Yeah, I figured I'd swim back to the docks.
Okay. You're not pressed for time, so you won't need to really make a check because the water. I mean, it's like a 10. Even if you fail, you just go under for a little bit and come back, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Vic, as you rush after them, you are able to, like, most of them do go, like, they don't give up any resistance. They're dressed, like, none of them appear to be, like, soldiers or mercenaries or people dressed in cult robes. They look to be, well, the residents of Bridgefront, people who have nothing left to live for, don't have 2 coppers to rub together. Despite that, you do, and I'm not even going to ask you for a perception check unless you somehow roll a natural 1, and I'm not going to tempt fate at this point, because you see somebody on the roof above you kind of go to the edge and throw something down towards the fleeing people. You then see what appears to almost like how do you describe that? It's almost like a catch net or like a bola made out of what appears to be vines or roots immediately wrap around one of the people and they go down like they're hog-tied. And with that, how about we take a little bit of a break, maybe like 5-10 minutes, so we can get our bearings, and then we'll come back and figure out what happens afterwards. All right?
Sounds good.
All right, then
Alright.
we'll be back in 10 at 8:25. See you then. And we're back, alright. So, we finally finished combat. You have made a decent amount of corpses. There are at least 20 to 25 dead individuals in or around here. Probably about equal
That's
as many
crazy.
who have managed to limp or run away.
That would literally make national news if that happened in America.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I
it's
don't
great
know.
front though. No one cares.
Well, we are technically cops, so
Yeah, it's
I don't know,
true.
guys.
They would
if
call it
the-
a police-involved incident, and no one would care about it.
it's really just a statistic at this point.
Yeah.
Sad.
They are drug addicts.
Who should we start
the
with
police, yeah.
first? Sven and Daxius or Vic
Vic.
and Fernix?
I don't mind either way.
I don't. Did it say how many rounds that last combat was?
That lasted for 6.
Okay. Well, 2 rounds of Blessing of Fur left.
Oh, great!
If
Actually,
it matters.
could I have been using my call lightning on the people trying to run away?
Isn't that a single square?
Yeah. So it'd really only be one guy getting marked each time, but
That's not true. When lightning strikes groups of people, it tends to jump between people.
Yeah.
There have been entire herds of cattle eliminated by a single lightning strike.
Yeah, within game rules.
Yeah, it's magic though. If it's a vertical column, so if they're like, picking someone up and carrying them away, you could get multiple.
Yeah, so I'm more or less going to go with. If you want to use up the rest of your spell slots doing that, you may.
I love committing
Oh,
more
it's-
crimes.
Oh, it's all just one spell. That's the
Yeah.
great thing about Call Lightning. If you just get a high elevation point and they can't do anything, you just Call Lightning them until all of them die.
Well, either way, a decent chunk of them, you're not going to obviously be able to kill 25 fleeing people. I guess let's start with Vic and Fernix then. People are scattering. You can hear their voices kind of vanishing into the darkness. Some in pain, some in terror, some seemingly upset. Vic, you watch as the one person, like I said, is corralled and hit to the ground. A rope then drops onto the ground and begins to stand up, like magically become a pole, allowing a figure to slide down it. Thankfully, keeping his hat on his head, that of your mentor, Cyrus, who looks to the one that is corralled on the ground, looks to the rest of you and says, "Dull moment, no?"
Wait, what did you say?
Never a dull moment, no?
Well, the bruises and cuts are certainly going to last more than a moment, so perhaps you're right. Thank you for the assist there. It might be good to talk to one of these folks.
Generally speaking, yes. I was keeping an eye on the whole thing after the one showed up and started yelling about you, and then they ran, and I figured something was going to happen and wanted to see what would happen.
Yes, I don't think any of us expected things to get so far out of hand.
No,
Well.
and I thought if a lot of these things have been handled, that maybe I should start doing my job, little as it may be. I would
Well.
not have let anything too extreme happen, but well, my mentor did push me down into a tomb once.
Just sort of poke Vic in the back, and the lightning appears to hit him, but it actually heals him a little bit more. So
The
should just be that. So
just one.
just one.
Just
I mean,
one-
it's
so
like
just one hit point total.
No, I have to do cure light wounds too. If I can remember to type roll. Yeah, it's like in that case I'm gonna fix that cure light macro too, because that's not good.
Okay. So eight
It's a cure
healing.
Yes.
All right, that's more than I was expecting to get. So just kind of nods. Well, let's
using or losing.
Dude.
And
Vic just kind of. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, go ahead.
Let's gather folks up. I'm going to just reaches down and pulls out a cure potion. I'm going to make another one of these, and hopefully
Right.
that should be enough to patch everyone up in case another group of thugs attack us on the way back.
Cyrus just looks to the one that's on the ground and says, "I do not think these are thugs. These more look like what do you say, desperate people?"
Unfortunate ruffians, perhaps. In any
Forgive
case,
me.
the rest of the
I
group
didn't-
is back at the docks, so
Right?
Vic's just gonna like pick the guy up and toss him over his shoulder. And
I didn't see much of a difference when they were pelting Vic with. Actually, you know what? I just won't even mention it.
the bruises will show on their own. Let's head back over to the warehouse.
So
And while we're doing that, I'm gonna pop one of these as well and
okay.
just give myself a little extra.
You pitch the man over your shoulder. He it's hard to tell what age he is. He's obviously an adult, but man, with the life that he's led, you can't tell if he's, a really hard late 20s or mid 50s or anywhere in between. The bonds that wrap around him do indeed look like they are living vines that constrict into him. So as you guys turn and go back towards the quay side, which is where we're going to transition over to the other side. So Sven, you've had that internal fight and then the scent of the dying individual in the building below.
Yeah,
It's been a while, and
it has been a while.
Piper once paid, and well, everyone else, when they died, they did so quite distantly. What satisfaction is that?
I'm gonna climb down, and I'm gonna do stuff.
So it's easy enough to climb down, especially because you're taking your time. Your boots hit the sopping wet path, honestly about to be collapsed pier, and step in through the doorway where Daxius is doing whatever it is Daxius is doing.
I took a
important to
very
figure that
brief
out.
moment to just check if the guy's alive and be like, all right, we can ask him for questioning. He's alive. Immediately
he is.
ignore him, and I'm going to go look at the trapdoor and open it.
You open the door just as Sven comes into the doorway behind you. The trapdoor does go down like a ladder, most likely to where a boat would be, heeled up, and somebody would climb up and down, probably delivering something. It wouldn't shock you if this was a smuggler's hole.
Yeah, makes sense, but there was always a possibility it was like magical or something. I'll just like poke my head under, see if there's like nothing hidden under the floorboard, just out of view or anything.
You see Anne Frank looking up at you sadly.
So
Sven towering behind you.
you enter in the doorway and you see the man in the corner, dressed in the cult's robes, the green with the kind of crudely stitched on spider motif. Barely alive, but even where he is slumped over in the corner, you can smell like the breath coming off of him, the mixture of drugs and wine and rot food, or just not having brushed your teeth in ever. And the sickly sweet stench of fresh blood, specifically running from the bolt in his chest where Daxius had shot him.
What is Daxius doing?
Just currently, I was just looking at the trap door. When I'm finished with it, I close it. It's like, can't help but feel disappointed. I was hoping to find more here.
As he's saying that, I take out my bow. I have my bow out. I aim an arrow at this guy's neck.
Do I see this?
No.
I want to aim for the jugular. I want to shoot him.
Give me another will save, just to see how you go one way or the other.
Oh, actually, hold on.
Because you're gonna it wants you to open it with your mouth.
Yeah, I think. That's a good point. All right.
See what will save lately, Jesus.
I mean, somebody should roll well across the group.
I aim the arrow at him with my bow, and another idea comes across, and I loosen the bow, and I take the arrow out, and I grip it tightly in my hand, and I approach him, and I dig the arrow into his throat and tear it out.
It goes in pretty fucking easily. The man is unconscious. He cannot resist you. There is a gurgle of liquids, both blood and saliva and everything else, and pulls out, and there is a nice spurt as it goes down the robes, staining them almost a brownish black. He doesn't fall over to the side or anything. He's already sat lumped over, but the life leaves him. And the scent of death seems to fill the shack for those of you who have scent, which I believe is just the one.
Just me.
Well, at least we can take this guy in for questions. Jesus Christ!
He's got blood on his hands. He's probably straddling over the body. He just turns to Daxius.
What the fuck? Why?
You really think you would have information?
Yes, I did. He was wearing the cult robes. He clearly had some connection. What the? I am. At that point, I thought it was like revenge or something, but at this point, I am running forward and I'm grabbing your wrist.
Stab. Give a strength check.
I will. It's probably not going to work because you're much stronger than me.
Oh yeah, no. This is probably not going to. Currently I have 20 strength.
Oh.
So, you're able to
I want to use my
restrain
inspiration. No, I'm kidding.
his arm just as he kind of lunges forward to go for it with his teeth.
I'm grabbing him by the wrist and pinning it against the wall and grabbing him by the muzzle as well and just wrestling up against him to the wall, and I'm gonna get really uncomfortably close.
Time for PvP. I think it's time for PvP.
I'm gonna ask you one time, and I want some fucking transparency.
I don't think you get that far. I'll be honest with you. We probably should roll initiative.
Why do you want to fight Daxius so badly?
I don't, but I think that's what would happen if he tries to restrain the hand.
Bare minimum, it would be a grapple check, and then against his CMD.
I'm
And
not
then,
trying to like pin
not
you
saying-
down or like grapple you. I'm more or less trying to just like
Okay, I'm not saying PvP to the death.
yeah, I didn't think so.
Just to know,
Yeah,
like,
of
when,
course
in
not.
what order things happen.
Mhm.
So, Barry, do you have uncanny dodge?
No.
So, then he can try to grapple you without you punching him in the face in response. Because
I'm not
it
attempting a
provokes-
full grapple.
Okay.
If
Well,
I mean,
whatever
if you
sort of
want-
stuff you want to try, he is at least flat-footed.
I'll
Until he
right
acts.
now, in my mind, I just have his wrist, and like I'm just forcing my body weight against him. But I'm not like he's obviously stronger than me, so I can't really like throwing him up against the wall or anything. I'm just showing him that I'm serious at this point. If you want to punch me, now's your chance.
I don't think you get the chance to say that stuff. Like, seriously, as soon as you grab his hand, he's gonna probably make a swipe at you.
All right.
All right.
Then give me the attack. It'd just be a straight melee attack.
I guess so. So just BAB?
And strike. Well, doesn't matter. He swings at you, Daxius. It goes really wide, like it is punch-drunk, basically. Like he has no real control over what's going on, or like you're fighting a drunk man. So it goes right over your head, but there was weight behind it. He meant it.
You were at the woods in Innsbruck. It wasn't an accident, was it? What the fuck happened
I
to
don't
you?
know if this is dialogue time. Maybe after we're
I'm
not
not.
fighting.
I'm not reacting. I'm not making a follow-up attack. I am just talking.
All right. Then Sven, every time you think you're gonna make another swipe, give it to me, and it would be BAB plus your strength.
If we're doing a full round attack, then this would be like he would attack twice in a turn.
Well, that
So we'll just say
it's been more than 2 rounds, hasn't it? Since is Dressing of Forever gone now?
Yeah, probably.
Then
It's
that
only 12 seconds.
yeah, then that just hits.
Yeah. Roll damage, and it would be non-lethal because you don't have them. Although I guess Daxius does have the ability to swing back. By rules, that is.
Okay, so it's 1d4 plus strength,
Yeah,
right?
but I guess it would be non-lethal because you don't have improved unarmed, which also means that you're not technically
So-
considered armed, and he would be able to swing
Oh.
back if he's armed.
I want my mental image of what happens is Daxius grabs his arm and restrains him, and Sven just socks him in the jaw, like not as a like he turns, thinks about it, and then does it, as like a reactionary thing. Like he's stabbing into this guy with the arrow, and then he gets restrained and just reflexively goes for the swing.
Yeah, one goes over my head. It's like you were actually trying to right across the jaw. You see, one of my fangs actually falls to the ground out of my jaw.
Do you let go of his hand?
Instinctively I let go. Cause that was a fucking hefty hit.
Sven stands up and says, "Don't touch me."
Spit out blood. The fuck is wrong with you? This wasn't revenge. I could have understood that. This was mindless. What happened in the woods of Innsbruck?
I've already told you.
You haven't told me anything.
Sven spits, not at Daxius, more just on the ground. wipes his face, turns, walks out.
I am going to. No, I'm gonna grab you again. It's like I'm not fucking finished talking to you.
Do I go
Swing
for the
at me.
swing?
Swing at me if you want. But it's not like a
I'm gonna
grapple.
roll,
It's
though.
more like on like the like. Oh, I can't reach the shoulder, but like on the arm.
No, he swings at you again. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. That misses, but if I get the chance, I don't know if I get to reflexively attack again. I don't know if it's only if they hit.
No, you're able to swing at them. Like, are you armed?
No, I've put my crossbow away. I'm actually going to. I have never done this before. No, I won't. I'm going to punch back, just a normal punch.
Okay.
I think. How do I do? I've literally never done melee.
It's
there it is.
It's BAB plus strength. That doesn't matter.
Do
Yeah.
you have a bite?
I do, but I thought about using it, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
If you don't bite people, that's cool. Me neither.
that unarmed strike should be able to add to your inventory or your combat section. So
Thank you. I do bite people, but only certain people.
should be set up correctly.
Yep. But yeah, I just you swing at me, I swing at you, we both miss. I think you get another attack because full attack.
When two tanks fight each other, meme.
I am not a tank. Oh god, this is a losing battle for me.
No, it's just
Speaking
like
of-
both are punching each other and zero damage. Zero
Yeah.
damage. Zero
It's like
Yeah.
it's like two things right in front of each other, but their guns are like over top of the other one, so they can't actually hit each other. Just firing into the air directly above the other tank.
Mm.
Anyway, speaking of tanks, when does Vic and Furnace get back?
So I'm figuring, like, as they're having their, I don't know what you want to call it, brawl. Like,
Might
they're
be a
towards the
turn or
other
two
side
more.
of the pier as the three of you exit the alleyway with the captain. They're in full sight.
Where's Garugamesh during this?
I figured I was either swimming back or outside.
Which way would you have swum? Like, towards the land?
I'm on the docks, yeah.
Okay, so towards the land.
Yeah.
I mean,
My character token right now is on the corner of like the warehouse building.
but yeah, you can put your token wherever you want them to be. Either way, you could have been doing more or less whatever you wanted to, trying to get water out of your boots, or
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do I hear any of this going on?
I'm gonna say that as soon as there's a conversation going on, and then it's probably yelling, you just hit me, and then Ben comes out the doorway, Dax is after him, swing, and now we're into it. And it's very obvious from where you're sitting, even if you're just like kind of like, what are these assholes doing? It's you know play fight. This is not play fight. This is not sparring. One of them at least is trying to kill the other.
I kind of look over and like, Finn's kind of been mean to me recently, so I'm just gonna try and shove him as hard as I can to push him off the pier and into the water. I don't know exactly what I would need to roll for that. Would that be
Heavy
a
combat maneuver.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was gonna say you're gonna have enough space because technically you need 10 feet to do that, but
It's CMB, right?
CMB.
Okay.
Holy shit!
I thought we were in the shack though.
No, you said you left, and then he followed you
Oh,
out.
true.
I
Bro.
did say I wanted to grab him and stop him, but I think I waited too long.
Yeah.
And you got at least one
So
step out.
maybe he sees like 5 feet outside of the door, and just Garugamesh steps over and just does one of these.
Sven Skyrim ragdolls across the pier.
And goes right down over the side, falls to 10 feet, and hits the water. You all see this, by the way.
I go to say something and just... Holy shit!
Your turn now, Daxius.
What?
What the hell's going on?
I imagine as like I'm grappling you to throw you over, you're explaining the situation to me.
It's just... I...
No, he was trying to kill the guy. Whoa!
Throwing the raccoon down the stairways.
It looked like you were both trying to kill each other.
I grit my teeth and I just look at Gilgamesh and say, sorry, but I'm not done with him, and I'm gonna run in and go in the water after him.
I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna try and stop him because this doesn't need to continue.
Am I within 45 feet?
That is up to the two of you.
Well, I was going to say that I was moving closer, but people were talking, so.
Yeah, if we're within range to see what's going on, I think
You
we're...
can see and hear what is going on, yeah.
If I saw two party members fighting each other, I would try to get closer, at least so that I could, like, burst and heal both of them. Like, stop killing each other so fast. I can't keep up.
At least let me get a few of these channels off before you kill each other.
Can I make
That's
an
right.
acrobatics against a grapple?
No, it's just
That
a
would-
base as a CMD.
Grapple is getting out of grapple is escape artist.
Grapples you,
Oh,
yeah. Does that be
So-
your CMD?
probably. Yeah. Wait.
Probably not. CMD is 10 plus Dex plus BAB plus strength.
Oh, it doesn't actually. No.
Crazy. Okay,
He
so
slips out.
you were heading over the edge.
And as I do, as I hit the water, I'm gonna cast message underwater, and I'm just gonna say, I know this isn't you. Talk to me. What the fuck's going on?
You're not you when you're hungry.
Vic has just tossed the body onto the side of the pier
So
and has just started
doesn't
power
message
walking
have
over
a
to that
verbal
direction.
Doesn't message have a verbal component?
As I'm going over the edge.
What's going on?
Yes.
I'm not DM. That feels a little bit weird to just get pushed and be like, message while I'm in the air.
You could.
Oh,
the
no,
GM can say no.
Daxius jumped off himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna say either you do it before you jump or no.
I'll. Okay, I did forget that message has verbal component. That is my fault.
It's because of how he kind of rolled it.
Yeah. If I can, I would like to get it before I go under the water. But it's now that I'm remembering that it has a verbal component, I don't know if I want to dive in now.
That would be a little weird.
Yeah. Okay. That would make a lot less sense. Okay. So I won't dive in, but I'll stand on the edge, and I'll wherever the edge of where he was is, and I'll just message down to him. I know this isn't you. I know you're better than this. I thought highly of you. What's going on?
I guess Finn doesn't really respond. Also, sorry, my dog has come to say hi. Sven's just gonna walk to one of the piers and climb up.
Walk. Swim.
Mm-hmm.
Swim to one of the
I
piers.
don't think he floats.
Give me a
He's
swim
probably
check,
still got
man.
spider climb. So you could just spider climb right back up, I would assume.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah. Because
Well,
spiders
oh,
can
yeah.
still deal with being wet.
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah,
even
Probably
if
towards
you
the end of it.
were underwater, you'd still be able to grab it.
Yep.
Alright. You, come to the surface after, going like armor, weight, weapons, all that kind of shit. You manage to get to one of the pylons and climb up, breaching the water and clearing the 10 feet up to the pier. It's gonna take a while for you to get, like up onto the to the deck and whatnot, which will give everyone there the ability to, there's time there.
Yeah, Vic is waiting to see what's actually happening. So if Sven starts attacking somebody, especially if he starts attacking Vic, he's just going to grab him. Or try to grab him. Or, well, let's put it this way. He's going to imply that trying to continue to fight is a bad idea. Through menacing presence, I guess. He's giving the same stink eye to Daxius as well, for what it's worth.
He takes that seriously, yeah. The stink guy from Vic is terrifying.
So as he's walking up, what the hell are you doing?
I was
To anyone in the general area.
I was looking in the trap door to see if it might have been leading to something else. I turn around and he brutishly takes an arrow and stabs the only unconscious man that I planned to use to interrogate and leads him to a horrible death. Not that we've already caused enough already.
And so Vic's just kind of getting up closer to Sven. All right, why? What's going on? Kind of just cornering Sven.
I don't think Sven's up yet.
No, Vic is waiting to do this until everyone is like... I'm not going to try to make any opportunity attacks as you're climbing over the water, out of the water or anything. Just waiting until you're back, got your footing, and then asking you and just implying that continuing to do this is going to result in some other action.
Okay, so Sven climbs up, he's cleaning himself off. Probably... I don't know, what... Can water prestidigitation dry something?
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think
If it can remove mud, I would assume it can remove water.
It's like 1 cube at a time or whatever, but sure.
I'll use water prestidigitation like 2 or 3 times to dry myself. Is it a waste? Yes. No further comments.
Let's get some apprentice cheating gloves.
Alright, so we'll say Sven's like over here-ish.
Sure. Vic will just be like standing here.
So what did you say?
So essentially Vic is just like basically getting in his face and trying to get him to back down. Because Daxius is already seemingly relented.
Sven's not violent.
He watched you guys fighting, so he's...
Yeah, no, I know.
Sven is the only person he's not got an explanation for. So that's what he's saying, what is going on?
I killed one of the people who were killing us. I don't know what the problem is.
Unconscious people are not trying to kill you.
They were.
That's not an
Why the
explanation,
hell were
Sven.
you?
I couldn't tell what Birch was saying.
I just got out. Why the hell were you? I was gonna say why the hell were you fighting Daxius?
He was restraining me. It was an accident. I didn't mean to hurt him.
After he was already dead, he continued to sink the arrow into the body.
Ben,
That's
now's
when
not
I
the time.
grabbed him.
Now's not the time for dancing around the issue.
He grabbed my wrist and I reacted. I'm sorry. We are just in a fight. I'm twitchy.
Twitchy. I'll show you, Twitchy. Times flow halt. Make a reflex save, please.
All right.
Don't worry.
How funny would it be if I burned my inspiration right here?
It would be pretty
I'm
funny.
not going to.
You're going to need to start using inspiration to say that whenever you... your inspiration is going to be entirely used to fully back up the I didn't actually say that statements at this
Did you
point.
say?
Yeah.
Did you say reflex?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because what is happening is, even if you make this reflex save, you will be flat-footed.
Okay.
If you don't, you will be temporarily frozen for 1 round, and nothing can actually happen to you.
What is the save?
Reflex.
No, I already rolled it. 19.
Oh, 19. Yep, you made it.
Okay.
Nice. So yep, there's sort of like if you imagine.
What you're? Why am I talking? Arnix?
It looks like green jello sort of like coalesces around him, like a frozen wall of green like crystalline stuff, and then it just sort of wobbles because he managed to interfere with it.
All right, just
You
Sven,
motherfucker.
why don't you take a step back for a moment?
Slow step back.
Mhm.
How about you sit down? Take a breather, and we'll take a look at the rest of this
Looks
situation.
around. I don't know if sitting down is a good idea when we just killed a lot of peasants.
It's bridge front. No one fucking cares.
It only lasts for-
Probably.
For 1 round, by the way.
Oh, never mind.
But it was funny. So
Was funny. I thought you were doing like a Diozo Wordo type deal. Just phrasing time.
Sven crosses
Only for
his
one person.
arms.
Yep. Vic just kind of.
He's standing still. He's not, got any weapons or anything, but he crosses his arms.
Vic is just kind of like reaches out and kind of stiffly, not necessarily aggressively, but firmly, just like grabs his shoulders. Like, I think you should probably sit this one out, metaphorically. If you don't want to sit down, that's fine.
All right, I will see you at the
Just-
bar.
Just stand back for a moment.
All right, Sven leaves and goes to the bar, I guess. He needs a drink, and Sven told him to leave. Vic told him to leave.
I mean, it wasn't a leave necessarily, just a. Yeah.
He said to sit it out, and Sven's like, "Okay, I'll go to the bar."
Cyrus has watched all of this, and he doesn't stop Sven as he goes by because he's not 100% sure what's going on. But he gives the rest of you a look like, is somebody going to explain some things to me, or is this something I need to deal with?
I have no idea.
Right
No.
New to
before,
me.
I don't
right
think
before Sven gets out of range, just one last time, I'm going to cast message. You don't have to respond, but I'm just gonna say, I've seen how you act, and unless you had me fool, I thought you were one of the kindest men I've ever met. Please don't walk away from this.
It's so much cooler to walk away, though.
It is. You don't have to.
He
You
walks away.
You could come back later if you want. Because you changed your mind.
He says, "We'll talk later," in response, and he keeps leaving.
Well, I am not in the kind of person who wants to tell other people how to lead their lives. In fact, I really didn't want to take on a lot of these responsibilities when my own master asked me to do this. So, for now, I'm not going to do anything about it unless somebody ends up very hurt or dead. You are all adults. I expect you to act like it. Even if you are dumb adults, like I once was. Anyway.
As he says that, I'm going into the building and I'm shutting the door behind me.
Well,
The rest
still
of us
dumb
have
enough to
go.
get caught in an ambush.
How did you raise your int score?
So he kind of like leans down and picks up like the grubby guy that's wrapped around the living vines and says, Yes, no.
We'll need to talk to him. I was hoping that there might still be someone from inside to talk to, but seeing that that is a bit
Inside
of a...
of the building?
You know,
Yes.
there are plenty of people that spend lightning zapped. Might be alive.
But those are the same people who were
They're in the crowd.
from the crowd, so
Yeah.
it's the same.
True.
No,
They
no
probably
point.
had like 4 health each.
Either way, the people who actually gathered on the shore side obviously knew to be here, to know what to listen to. They must know something.
Yes.
See?
And worst case scenario, I'm sure someone, either Phoenix or someone of the society, can speak with the less active.
Well, let's start with the one who can move its own lips, shall we? And he just kind of like reaches over and pulls the guy's head up. Hello! Are you awake, young man? And the man's just like, oh my god, please don't fucking kill me.
We're still deciding on that. Perhaps you should start with why you're here tonight.
They promised us a lifetime supply if you ended up dead.
Can you elaborate? They?
Who?
The people making the drugs, man. The people who sold us told us that the people that they get it from, they'd furnish us with as much as we wanted if, we just made this problem go away.
Names, descriptions, locations?
We don't know anyone who actually makes it, man. Just
Who
people
told
who run
you?
It's Greeley's crew, man.
So it was Greeley's crew who told you this, of this deal.
He kind of like looks to you, looks to Cyrus, who's like holding his head in Cyrus's, because like, and he just looks back and says, "Greeley's crew, man."
So might as well do a detect lies, discern lies.
Mm-hmm.
It's a DC 17.
Yeah, I'm not rolling that. You don't. He doesn't need to. He's telling you exactly what he knows. And where could we find this Greeley's crew? Like the man just kind of like looks back to all of you and says, "Under the red oliphant. He keeps his shit under the red oliphant." One of you who
Okay,
knows where that
actually,
is still outside.
I went inside of the building. That me and
Mhm. The other person who knows where that is still outside.
hmm.
Sounds like that person does not remember.
No, probably not.
I'm having a hard time remembering myself where that is.
I'm
remember
assuming it's not
hearing
me.
it, but
No, it is not. It is Giro. Giro was also.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I knew it was me. I just wasn't speaking up.
Oh, okay.
You saw it as you were doing the surveillance on the night market. Remember?
Yeah. Well,
I would hope that some lessons were learned today.
you could say
So they-
that.
Is there anything you feel like we should know outside of what we've asked?
The man just kind of like looks around, looks to you, and says, "I don't know what you want. What do you want, man?"
Well,
you have
You
any
seem like
sugar
a
on
sport.
you?
What?
Sorry, I asked if he had any sugar on him.
If I did, would I be here?
you know what this warehouse is used for?
It's not a warehouse, man. They set this up to put you between that place and the shore. It's just some old fisherman's hut. They didn't really finish building when that dumb shit rich family decided they were gonna build this.
All right. I'll tell you what. Let's strike a deal. You return to whatever hole you crawled out of. And whoever's there, whoever else that survived this little encounter, and whoever you think might be inclined to take a similar deal in the future. Let them know what happened, how exactly this rolled out, and the fate you very, very narrowly escaped. And, well, I don't expect much from you, to be honest, but do whatever it is in your power to make sure that this sort of thing is not going to happen again. And in exchange, you can walk away on your 2 working feet.
Yeah, sure, man. Just please let me go.
Alright. Just pulls out a knife and starts cutting some of the vines off. And before he goes, Vix just grabs him on the shoulder, looks at him. Remember, we have a deal. If you or anyone else tries this again, we'll know. Just kind of heavily slaps him on the back. Just, yeah. Have a good evening.
The guy just goes. Scrabbles
I was
away
gonna-
and runs as soon as he can.
I was gonna see if I could do sense motive just to make sure he's not holding out on us. He told us
Yeah, I mean-
everything.
You get the feeling he doesn't know much of anything.
Yeah, I can pop as many resources as you like for that as well, but I didn't think we were
Yeah.
getting anything else out of it.
It seems to be...
I'm going
Like-
to give him a couple smacks myself.
Yeah, it's...
If I rolled badly enough.
He told you that this was basically a word that was spread around from the people who sell or distribute the drugs. That if thing were to happen, people who did said thing would get drugs forever. They weren't hired. They just, responded to a hit that was put out.
I wonder where they saw the hit, or how it got communicated to them. Just word on the street, maybe?
Well, that Greeley's crew, I would assume. Sounds like they're the ones who are doing the bulk of the distributing, at least in certain aspects of or certain parts of the bridge front. But those are the ones that we'll need to be talking to regardless, and you've heard the name Greeley's crew before.
Oh, yeah.
Now that we've got a location, well, we know where to move next.
Excellent.
Well, very exciting times.
Yes. Suppose we probably ought to head back to Banner Home. Perhaps
Probably for the best, yes. I will handle, and he just kind of gestures towards the shack. I know how to get my way back.
right. Let's make sure that there's nothing else left behind. Do a quick survey of inside of the shack. See if there's anything identifying on the unfortunate fellows that, well, dealt with us.
Let's see what we
Might
can
want-
find.
Might want to draft up a situational summary for that Magistrate Stainton. Might be good to have an explanation for the situation rather than leaving a mountain of corpses for someone else to find and deal with.
If you like it, that is not my purview.
No.
So, don't get into any extra trouble between here and there, eh? Enough for one day, yeah?
Hopefully.
You're telling me.
What time is it?
Getting
About
closer to
10:30.
11.
Watch. 11, holy crap. Suppose it is time for us to call it a day.
Alright. So out of character, let's dig through that, dig through the shack. I know we already got a couple samples of the drug, but
Yeah.
search the bodies. Maybe,
Muted.
I planned on going through the shack thoroughly before I left, and I did want to take the the actual cloak of the individual as well. The green cloak with the spider on it.
Yeah.
I'll look for the body as well.
Underneath that, you see the same clothes that a lot of the other extremely poor people who live in Bridgefront commonly wear. It seems that they were most likely part of the ruse, the ambush.
Mm-hmm. All right. I don't find anything else of interest in here, though. You know, need a perception check or?
No.
I'll give you one anyway.
Most of everything within the room is wrecked shit and back.
I figured.
So,
if there's a piece of paper in there, Vic might make a quick little description of the massacre.
I'm assuming one of you has it on you. I would be shocked if Fernix didn't have something on him.
I assume
Yeah,
we've got paper
got-
and pens somewhere.
I also
I
have
got
paper.
parchment,
Yeah.
which I think is a little water resistant. Probably not as water resistant as it needs to be.
Yeah.
Oh,
It can
that's
wait
right. No,
until-
I got scroll cases, so
Oh yeah, then you're fine.
that's actually fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, we can wait till later.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll also burn a cure light for each one of you.
Thanks.
Yep.
I could do a cure light on myself.
Wow.
It's all good. You know, one of you gets 11, the other two get 6.
Hmm.
And, well, unfortunately Sven's not here, but I guess I could probably judge they didn't look that fucked up anyway, so.
I was only down 2 HP. I didn't take anything that fight.
Oh, okay.
I'll probably take the 11 if that's alright with y'all.
I can. I've got some spell slots left that I planned on healing myself with anyway.
Yeah. Well,
You can
there's
use
the,
the
there's the
page.
channel positive, and I have a healing. I have a cure serious wounds coffee that should be done brewing by now.
I'm only missing like 10 health now.
Yeah, I'm
Or,
down.
Sorry, 6 health.
I'm down like 18. I can heal myself up if you don't want to use any resources.
No, that's fine. This is a once per day freebie potion.
Mhm.
Perfect.
Oh, nice. That's OP.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow, I rolled pretty good.
Yeah. I had one. I had, okay, 0 first, 1 second, and then 1/3 left. So that's all
It's
I
okay.
had.
Yeah, it was a kind of a sort of a panic heal, if anything. It's finally being like, okay, good, we're not seriously gonna get ambushed again. I'm just. Ugh. Verdix looks a little bit overwhelmed. Like he's just looking around at all the bodies, like,
Yeah, this is a very, very small village that you killed.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, technically, I think the spiritual weapon kind of the one little ghost weapon probably murdered about 20 people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, in what order and how are you guys going back to Bannerhelm? Because I'm assuming that's where you're shacking up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Obviously, Sven went first because he was sent to bed without dinner.
Yep. Vic might just take a detour to where did we meet him? Meet with Steen Thrun the first time? Was that City Hall?
Yeah, City Hall.
Okay, we're probably going past that anyway.
Yeah.
He's probably just gonna walk in with the letter or the note he wrote. I assume there's like a mail receiver receptionist type deal somewhere.
You could probably put it through the mailbox or the mail slot because you get to the doors and they're locked. It's 11 o'clock at night.
Okay. Well, I'll make sure it's addressed to Saint and Droon, and just fold it up and sign it and toss it in the slot.
All right. Hiru Fernix?
I'm just heading back as I normally would.
I'll probably head back with Gear Grimace, just not really making eye contact with much of anything, and just sort of like staring down at the cobblestones about 30 feet ahead.
It was a pretty bloody massacre, and Gilgamesh just doesn't quite know how he feels about that, especially after seeing a certain member of our party attack people as they were fleeing with a rather complicated piece of magic.
Yeah, it's also, this is probably like the first time, like, the people who attacked, I mean, you're probably used to being attacked by thieves or mercenaries or people that you're fighting in like an arena. These were normal people, everyday people. They could have been your neighbors. They were desperate enough that they decided that banding together to try and kill you for a drug that they have grown addicted to was worth their lives. These are normal people. They have never seen combat, probably never held a weapon. And the looks in their faces, even after they have died, is terror.
I still
Terror in a
somehow
way
managed.
that even soldiers aren't 100% accustomed to.
Still somehow managed to do 60 damage to Vic without a single saving throw.
Well, when 50 people are throwing a lot of really heavy shit, yeah.
Where do
Why
they go?
would Vic-
Bricks.
Why was Vic targeted every single time something goes
Because he
That
was
was
the
cool.
only one who went into their attack radius, that's why.
That's right.
Oh,
It
Yeah.
was a 20-40 attack radius, and he was the only one that went within 40 feet.
Yeah, I assume they had to dismantle a couple houses for all the bricks they threw, but
I mean, I'm sure there's
They just
enough
chucked
rubble
couple
laying
pallets.
around.
They actually rolled
So-
pretty stupidly well. Like, they shouldn't have rolled that well.
somebody came by halfway through the fight with a wheelbarrow full of cinder blocks, just to give them some ammo.
Cinder blocks, get your cinder blocks here.
But either way,
The life of Brian, stone salesman.
this doesn't look so much like the aftermath of a battle. It looks like the aftermath of a siege, when the besieging army manages to get inside and rapes, robs, and kills every person that they can get their hands on. Some of you may understand or are familiar with how that kind of thing goes. The rest of you probably aren't.
Vic is surprisingly not as shaken as some of the other group, I think.
Daxius, I'm assuming that you are last.
If I'm completely uninterrupted, I'd stay in that shack for a good hour.
Yeah.
I just slumped up beside the body that Sven stabbed. And it takes me about an hour of just sitting there, mask off in my kitsune form, just silently in contemplation. Kind of thinking about home.
I will
Sven can't-
say that you will know that Cyrus is waiting. Not necessarily like trying to interrupt or anything, but he is still there, out of sight. You can hear like the sound of a pipe being lit or a drink being taken. He otherwise doesn't say anything or interrupt.
I still take my time, and eventually I pull myself off my ass, and I'll go through the room, take the shirt, take the robe, go through the pockets, give it a once over, for putting back on my mask and stepping out again.
Okay. You find him leaning against the exterior door, just smoking out of a thin pipe. Not seeming to be feeling one way or the other, just waiting.
You really have nothing better to do? I say it in Sylvan.
Better? Maybe. At this time of night, not so much.
There's nothing of use in that room. I already picked through it.
I did not expect it to be. So I don't know much about any of you. I'm assuming that something like this is not exactly a, what do they say, run of mill.
Sven and I have never. Sven and I have never seen eye to eye, but no, this is not normal.
Then I will have to keep my eye on certain things. I spent my aspirancy alone with my own master. Groups are not as common as people want to think. Not exactly uncommon either, but well. He just takes another drag off of the pipe and then blows it up into the air. I wouldn't worry about the aftermath of this. You know the neighborhood. People won't ask too many questions.
I'm well aware. Doesn't mean they won't be missed.
Probably not. We just have the problem. Probably why a lot of them are even here.
I don't say anything else and I begin to walk towards the bodies. I stop at them. Take account of how many there are.
There are 32.
I'm gonna take off the mask, take out my knife of doubling, and carve into it 32 notches into it. And put it back on.
He follows, stays at like a distance as you do this, doesn't seem to interrupt or seem to mind about one way or the other.
Don't wait up to me. For me. I'm not going to Banner Home. I'll be back in the morning.
Well, that is your prerogative. The moment you have actual questions about your own people, you know where to find me. He takes another drag, then turns the pipe over and knocks out the drags.
I have millions of questions, but they're not important right now.
Perhaps. Either way, in situations like this, it is best to treat it as one would war. You're much younger than I am, and I had to deal with not exactly things like this, but Santala is not exactly the nicest of places when it comes to noble and mobster infighting.
Do you think this is the first time I've fucking seen this?
He just kind of looks to you and says, "By the way you are acting, yes."
It's not. I didn't get used to it like other people could.
Well, you have two ways of handling it. Route 1. Grow numb to the world. Drink, smoke, do drugs. Just like a lot of these people did.
I tried that, it didn't work. It
Route
did for a
2.
time.
Try to learn from it. Try to better the world around you. Little as you can. That route is the harder of the two.
Ever since I met the gate crasher, it's all I've been trying to do. Just... I don't have anything to say.
Quotas are built in a day, something like that. I will catch up with you some other time. Good night to you.
I don't respond.
He just turns, walks off, kind of whistling most of the way. It's a good, like, couple of minutes before you can no longer hear it over the sound of the river and the city.
And just clench my fists and mimic what Othis said to me earlier today. Burn it all. And I'm gonna go into Bridgefront. I'm gonna find my old hideout I used to have with my followers back in the heyday, and I'm gonna rest there for the night.
All right. All right. So, the rest of you are able to reach Bannerhome, no problem. You pass some groups of people, decent amount of guards. There's some areas where you pass where the nightlife is still kind of going on. I guess your route would take you past the battered board, which is a pretty hopping place even at this time of night. And some nicer places or shittier places in Dockside. Bannerhome itself, though, is much quieter. Most people have gone to bed or have retired to their own homes. However you want to retire to your own sleep is up to you. Is there anything that needs to be covered before you turn in?
Think
No, I
so.
don't think so.
Well, if people are turning in, Fergus was going to give a tug on Gilgamesh's cloak if there was a moment of opportunity.
I'm sure there could be.
You, sorry. You saw what happened back there?
Yeah, it was a little shocking.
It was to me as well. The whole situation, but well, I wanted to discuss briefly. Just I've been thinking on the walk back. I'm dissatisfied with how things went afterwards, of course. I still don't know why entirely the two of them were at each other's throats, but I do realize that perhaps I have been lax in expressing that while I may speak my mind quite commonly, and I admit there are quite a number of things that I don't imagine we share a common viewpoint on, but well, even if you are somewhat of a loose cannon, if I may be blunt, I've never been worried about you turning on any of us.
Fair enough.
And
It shocked me to see Sven fighting with Daxius, but I think Sven may have caused further loss of life after the fighting was over.
right. Except that in that case, well, frankly, I feel like kind of an idiot for spending months studying this thing that only didn't manage to even really stop him. So that was kind of the last trick I had up my sleeve. And I'm worried if something like that recurs, I might not be able to do anything about it.
I don't know that anything could stop him except for brute force, which unfortunately Daxius is lacking in.
Right. Well, if it comes down to it, I'd say don't hesitate. Just remember to pull your swings. After all, Pocket Cat would be incredibly disappointed if his master were to die.
I don't know.
You hear him going on in Sven's room. He sounds so forlorn. He brings his tail up to his eyes and kind of like covers it. No, I'm okay.
I think Sven is walking down a dark path. His interest in criminal organizations, colluding with the chief of police against me, turning against Daxius, striking at fleeing pedestrians. There's something different about Sven than there was the Sven in Innsbruck. Something about this city. Daxius always did say this was a bad city in the 6 months he spent here. Maybe it's doing something to Sven. I would even say there's a possibility that his alignment might turn evil.
What? Well, to be fair, I think that you're totally right. We've been here for, 48 hours? And I've had a lot of guns pointed at me, and then basically got someone to try to kill us, and I really don't like hurting people like this. I'm glad that I'm going to sleep soon, but I don't think I'll feel better about it in the morning. I snapped one of those fuckers' necks like it was a goddamn twig with that water, and I'm understanding now that it's difficult to get the image to leave one's mind, at least so shortly afterwards.
Yes, well, I took down one as well in the beginning there before we knew how fragile these people were, that they weren't really any sort of monster.
They weren't monsters at all. Just, well, sometimes life sucks and then you die.
Yeah.
I believe the saying goes. So
It's been known to
at least
happen.
they're at peace. Well, yes. I'm glad that you're dealing with it better than I did, and just, well, I'm not. If the same thing happened, I don't think I'd even need to bother trying to stop you with a spell or anything. I mean, you've always been receptive to speech, and, well, until proven otherwise.
Yes, well, we certainly don't want to create the environment where we can get away with just anything.
Right.
I think it would be wise if Sven gave us monetary reparations for the irreparable trauma that he inflicted upon us. The emotional damages that we'll have to deal with for the next 6 to 8 months in ongoing therapy.
Minimum $50.
I was thinking more like 500 gold a person. I think that seems fair.
Well, maybe it's something you can talk over with him once things have settled down a little bit.
750 to Daxius, but you know, I'm sure the party will be receptive to the idea. Thanks for the good ideas, Fernix.
Certainly. I was going to ask, is that a dwarven custom? Because
Yeah, it's a dwarven custom. We'll say that, and I pat him on the shoulder, and I head to my room.
It's like not making eye contact.
Well,
I'll do
unless
so as well.
you had more to say, but
no, that was it.
yeah.
Get some sleep.
Good night.
And I will as well. Pass the fuck out, or not, or lay down and just stare at the pillow like, oh god, no.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Dude, is it? Does Phoenix deal with trauma well? Probably.
Give me a will save. Yeah,
That depends.
shockingly well. Or at least, you know, do what they do in F his family. Just shove it down. Just shove it deep down inside yourself.
Yeah. It was like, oh, well, I did talk about it. That's definitely like therapy, right? And just repress that trauma for later.
Just turn it off like a light. Turn it off.
It's a surprise treat for later on.
1001 bottles on the wall.
What if you could create like a trauma spell? Like it's like a splash potion where, you know, like you take your memory and put it in, and like whoever's afflicted by the magic gets the trauma. That'd be pretty cool.
I cast
could
World War
perfectly-
flashbacks.
Oh, you know what? Oliver might be a good source for that. You could go around and collecting people's traumas, relieve them of that burden, so that way we can use that in battle.
Or weaponizing PTSD is
Maybe
what you're
Lugo
saying.
would like that. He's probably got a whole lot of.
Add that to the list of war crimes. All right. So,
If we get rid
Yeah,
of the
they-
things Lugo's drinking to forget, then he won't be as characterized anymore. He won't have a drinking problem.
The Geneva
Based
Convention
on-
hasn't happened, so
Lugo, by the way, is it like in Bannerhome and kind of watches you guys come. He sees like Sven arrive, drink some, and then probably goes to bed, and then he sees the rest of you arrive. Variously,
Lugo.
you know.
Hey, Sven.
It's like, he's just like looking like, oh, like holding like a highball like halfway to his lips and just watching all of you guys like, what the fuck? I'm assuming the two of you have this conversation like in an upper hallway or the privacy of a bedroom or something like that.
I
I'll
figured
go
it
in
was
the
in the hallway.
Yeah. Yeah, other than that, just, you know. Alright. So, if that's it for you guys, anything else before bed?
No.
No? Alright.
Look, like Ferdix sits down and thinks, well, I do have some time left. I really should brew a potion. Looks over at the alchemy set and just sees the reflectiveness of the glass and imagines the water going down, and he's like, nope, going to bed. Good night.
Alright. So, you all retire to your various states of rest or unrest. And morning eventually comes, whether you process that trauma well or not. Sven, your inner hunger is somewhat sated. There is a lingering sense of disappointment.
I hungry.
And I think as like the influence wanes, you get the idea that this is only going to get worse.
Uh-huh.
Not that it hasn't for the duration since this started, but now it is getting... You managed to hold out pretty fucking well. You don't think that lightning will strike twice.
Unless it does.
Natural lightning, as opposed to conjured by a son of a bitch who decides, I want to tell the world how it works. So, Vic, you're gonna have nightmares. Like, I guarantee you, after today, you're gonna have nightmares. Regarding some things that have already happened, perhaps reimagining things that have happened today as being part of that, conflating the two. Daxius, you're gonna be miserable as fuck, one way or another. Grugamesh, I want to say you're gonna have kind of conflicting dreams. You got half of your own psyche trying to justify and write everything in your own mind, and you have part of you that's going, wow, that was real fucked up. Like, the kind of fucked up you're like, oh yeah, murdering a bunch of animals or killing people in the arena. Does this really measure up to that, or was this something kind of different? You
This
know,
won't be one for the history books.
tie that in with getting the shit absolutely beaten out of you by the cops, and yeah, you got that all to go for you.
Yeah, that was all in one day.
Yeah, it was. Fernix, maybe a little bit better. That will save, kind of helped you.
Yay.
That's all I got to say about that. So, morning comes, and you guys awaken in your usual way. Perhaps some of you are exhausted, despite sleeping 8 hours. Maybe some of you slept pretty well, because you were half drunk and managed to whiskey dream your way into a decent night rest. Who's up first? Vic, I'm assuming, is up first.
Most likely, though probably still a little later than typical.
You will have some time to yourself in the morning. Before anybody else will be awake.
Since we went to bed at 11, I'd probably get up around 7.
You guys actually get back. Yeah, no, you guys got back around 11. Daxius went to sleep at like midnight.
Just a quick question. I thought of this. Since I've mainly got stuff that's like pretty high in gold value now in terms of gems, can we like quote unquote bank crafting hours and just do one roll at the end of it?
Sure. Whatever makes
Can I
it
bank?
easier. Just
Can I bank?
just save up the time and yeah.
Can I bank 2 hours for 7 and 9?
Sure.
Cool.
You keep track of it because I'm not gonna.
Yeah. I will.
Fernix, Sven, when do you get awake?
What if I got awake early and went hunting tonight or this morning?
Okay. You'll definitely have to travel a little farther in order to get into land where you can reasonably hunt in. Because you see, people complained about the amount of farms around this city on the map. So,
Did you update the amount of farms?
yeah, so that might be a decent chunk of a day.
That's fine.
And Daxius, when do you get awake?
I imagine my rest is rather spotty. Like, sleep for 2 hours, wake up, sleep for another 2 hours, wake up, and it's like that until like 8. Sit in bed for another 15, or what excuse there is of a bed there.
Yeah.
And eventually I'll force myself out of bed, and I will make my way back to Benrome.
Okay. And Fernix, when you get awake, and I know you have to do like your meditation, but you
Yeah.
get Etter back.
Do I? Yeah. I did remember to ask him to come back at some point.
I want to say that he's back here at Bannerhome when you get back, like swaying his legs, sitting on a high table, like, I came to find people, but nobody was here, so I just decided to sit here.
Yep, I just telepathically let him know that that's great. That's exactly what I would have wanted him to do, and that I'll see him in the morning and tell him to just stay around here.
He then hungrily looks at the bar counter.
No, you don't even need to eat. You know what?
Teeth marks in the
Here.
metal bars that hold up some of your alchemy set.
Yeah, I go outside and find like a little scrap of wood, and I'm like, here, chew on this.
Like a chicken bone or something.
No, you can't give animals chicken bones; they shatter.
Only if they're cooked.
He
Regular bones are fine.
doesn't have a digestive system.
He might hurt himself.
His mouth just like is there.
He's made of clay, so you could probably just mold his face back into shape.
Okay.
Oh no.
When you get awake, do you After your meditation, do you do any kind of alchemy work?
Probably just the usual cleaning and brewing some coffee, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Probably moving a little bit more sluggishly than I do, but that's probably just a matter of like minutes, and just not starting the processes while I'm doing all the meditation and all that.
All right. Well, I guess. What now?
I'll need to put that spell list together, but I will send Etor to go to the appropriate source and hand him a little bag with some money to make some obsidian stars.
Okay.
Each worth 50 GP. In a note, because I'm not cruel enough to try to make him pantomime the shop order.
Yeah, no
Use
problem.
some sign language.
That's something you can probably get done in Center City or North Luna Brook.
Okay.
So it's about 9 o'clock. I'm assuming most people's meditation or morning routine is reaching its end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vic's probably used to waiting for people to wake up anyway, so he's down in the, I don't know, laundry room, I guess. I assume they've got something like that.
A bath.
Basically, he's just
yeah.
he's cleaning the chunks of blood and viscera off of the hammer and his armor, and whatever other substances that may have taken flight during that part of the battle.
The hammer is maybe not nearly as fucked up as you are, like, about a lot of this, but it's, I mean, conscious weapon used to war. But it definitely, like, kind of gets the idea of, like, you get the sensation of, like, do we need to talk about this? Like, during all this?
There's him, like, got like a dagger trying to pick a chunk of somebody's skull out of his teeth.
I mean, I'm a sentient weapon, but, well, even I'm not that dense.
This is,
He was dense, that's for sure.
it's been, a long time since I've, well... Do you, see some of my memories the same way that I saw some of yours?
When you're weak enough, I suppose. Some people have better walls around themselves than others.
Well, we don't need to go into detail, but, perhaps if you've picked up on anything from, well, a couple decades ago. This is, not the first time that I've killed a little more than I probably should have.
Yeah, I don't know what you saw when you were standing outside that alley. So what I saw was a lot of giants coming down a mountain, although that isn't nearly as frightening for me anymore. I think you were on the edge of crying, and that's when I was able to see some certain flashes.
Yes.
You also
Well.
moaned in your sleep.
In a day of remembering. I'll put it that way. It took me a long time to get to where I am now,
And what would you describe as being the place you have gotten?
someone who stopped obsessing over it. Try to accept that there was responsibility outside of my own.
That war is war.
And trying to accept that the part I played in it was... I don't know.
Would what have happened still happen had you not been there?
Some of it. Maybe not all of it.
Then take the weight off your own shoulders, and if you can't do that, find somebody you can actually speak to. Just please, don't make me the good guy in this situation. With as many things as I put into the ground. That said, I can generally sense when people are evil or good or anywhere in between. People have flashes of evil, they have streaks of good. The people last night were expressing a lot of evil, but they themselves weren't necessarily evil. Most people you fight in a war aren't necessarily evil either.
Don't get me wrong, I don't necessarily regret what we did last night. I wish that it had turned out differently, but... One thing that I have learned, and something I'm sure you're more than familiar with, it's never wrong to put your life above the ones that are trying to kill you.
Everybody
wish-
sees some situation from their own point of view. That's what I think Lightbeard was trying to say. Every story has its own slant when told the right way. There's his story, there's her story, and then there's the truth.
Well, I've got more than enough thoughts on the situation.
Having thoughts isn't the problem. Dealing with them is.
Yes, and I'll not continue to make you deal with them. And speaking of stories, let's not go telling this one too far and wide, if you don't mind.
When have I told anybody else fucking anything?
Just kind of pops that last piece of bone, just flicks it. You know, I appreciate that. We'll keep things to ourselves for now. And, trust me when I say this, I don't intend to, deprive you of your enjoyment. So, as long as you'll have me, we can keep things working.
We'll figure it out. Problem for another time.
Well, let's go see if the others are up.
So, then, since you're the one, I believe you said you got up relatively early because you wanted to go out. I'm assuming that also insinuates that you wanted to slip out so you didn't have to talk or see anyone else?
Yeah.
Yeah. For
Yeah.
the most part, you're pretty successful. Even though Fernix has to do meditation, he's in his own room. Vic's probably doing the same thing and then would just be down in the bath, taking care of that problem.
You might be out on a balcony or something, but
Yeah.
not like walking around the public areas.
However, one person does see you go, and it's kind of the same person who saw you come back the previous night, that being Lugo. Who is just, despite a lot of the room being pretty empty, he's not drinking, by the way. He is having, like, what appears to be coffee and, like, some sort of very simple breakfast. Just kind of gives you one of those looks as you're coming the other direction that I think you understand just instinctually what that means.
Yeah, Sven pauses, looks to him, and then, after a brief moment, says, "I'll be out if the others need me. I'm hunting."
You get a couple of steps before you kind of hear him clear his throat real loud and go, "Whole ship can be brought down by one loose cannon."
I've already told Vernix and Daxius.
I definitely thought you were gonna say I have already talked to Garugamesh about that.
We'll see if they take it seriously now.
You get a couple more steps before you hear him say, just, I've seen ships founder for less.
Lugo, I'm not paying you to criticize me, okay? Listen here.
When was the last time you paid him?
You don't pay me at all.
Yes, I pay him so much money.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. He's got like probably at least 1,000 gold for me so far.
I don't know
God.
that that's true.
So
Yeah, show him the money.
after that, he doesn't say anything. He just goes back to his meal. Alright. And
Alright.
you're able to move. Are you going north, south, or east?
Let's go east. No, wait, hold on. Rising west,
East.
because the sun will be at my back.
Okay.
Easier to hunt stuff, maybe. I don't know.
East. I thought you said west.
Alright, and you are out and about.
I guess I'll roll a survival because that's for hunting.
Yeah. Okay. You're able to narrate that as you see fit, whether you're actually trying to hunt or whether you're trying to put things between mouth and chew.
I think he's honestly just hunting, like, today. Trying to take his mind off things, but also maybe in some small way sate that itch.
Alright. Well, you are successful. However long you want to take doing that is up to you.
Probably a while.
Daxius, you return to Bannerhome. Well, probably about the same time I feel like everyone is sort of finishing up, about 9 o'clock. You all have that serendipitous, everybody walks into the room all at the same time kind of thing. So,
Morning.
Yes, morning.
Good morning.
Out of character, should somebody get a copy of a newspaper? Because I feel like there might be something there.
Yeah,
It's
maybe.
supposed to be the afternoon edition, guys. It can
That's
be
a
the
good
morning
idea.
one. I wouldn't mind.
That's a pretty good point. There's probably something interesting in the newspaper.
who is going to do that? Grugamesh, do you try to pick up a newspaper?
Yeah, I will go and try and pick up a newspaper.
Dax doesn't give a shit about the newspaper.
No. That was a strictly metagaming decision.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Okay.
I just want to see what happens.
I feel like
We'll,
in the meanwhile, while he gets that, there's like just a long, awkward silence between us after saying good morning. It's like, well, I'm getting a drink.
So I made it available to
Right.
everybody. It's under player documents.
Here's smear ad.
Giru,
That's a
you
pretty
pick up
good.
the newspaper, and on the front page, you can probably pick this up pretty close to like Bannerhome. You don't need to like walk anywhere. Is an article with a artist rendition of the butchering that happened in Bridgeford last night.
Oh.
It is pretty sensationalist. It talks about two gangs killing each other over turf. It takes quotes from people who claim that they saw it, that you're pretty certain are not fucking true and were probably manufactured wholesale. And then below the fold, it ties into what you wrote.
Oh,
I'll read it, but I'll pretend that I haven't.
I'll read it out loud.
Yeah, somebody probably should.
Garugamesh, since it's tied in with yours.
Yeah, is that in
Sure.
the smear ad?
Excuse me,
I-
gangs, and it blames them as being beastful, killing one another. By the way.
Whoa.
Of fucking course.
Well, apparently this article that Gurumesh wrote might perpetuate that a bit because it is titled "Beware Pigfolk: A Menace to Lunabrook" by Thaddeus Hammerstone. Lunabrook residents are urged to exercise extreme caution following a horrific attack by a gang of pigfolk. In a shocking turn of events outside the Lunar Guard precinct, a well-respected and prominent adventurer, Garugamesh of the Gatecrashers, was set upon outside the Lunar Guard precinct in what appears to be an unprovoked attack of savagery. The incident, which unfolded in broad daylight, serves as a grim reminder of the growing threat these vile creatures pose to our fair city. According to Garugamesh's harrowing account, a group of hulking, pig-snouted figures emerged from the shadows. These pigfolk, reeking of stale ale and worse, brandished crude weaponry and launched themselves at the unsuspecting dwarf. Garugamesh, renowned for his prowess in battle, found himself outnumbered and overwhelmed by the savage onslaught. Witnesses reported that the pigfolk raining blows upon Garugamesh, their snouts contorted in expressions of bloodthirsty glee. The described pigfolk assailants were towering, grotesque figures with mottled skin and razor-sharp tusks. The attack only ceased when the pigfolk bloodlust was satisfied. Garugamesh, severely injured, described the pigfolk as beasts barely clinging to a semblance of reason. He spoke of their fetid stench, their matted fur, and their beady eyes filled with predatory hunger. These are not guardians we deserve, Garugamesh rasped from his sickbed. They are scavengers, preying on the innocent under the cloak of authority. The pigfolk, known for the insatiable appetite for violence and plunder, have long been a blight upon city center of Lunabrook, not bothering to venture into Old Lunabrook. The raids upon vulnerable travelers and businesses have left a trail of destruction and despair in their wake. But the brazen attack on Garugamesh, a stalwart defender of justice in our city, marks a disturbing escalation in their depraved activities. The Lunar Guard, ever tight-lipped, have released a terse statement claiming the incident is under investigation. However, whispers throughout Lunabrook paint a grim picture. Many fear this is just the latest example of the pigfolk's escalating brutality. They're not just beasts, they're monsters, plain and simple, remarked Sergeant Joseph Heller of the Lunar Guard. Their savagery knows no bounds, and they'll stop at nothing to satisfy their bloodlust. Citizens of Lunabrook, heed my warning. These pigfolk are a menace that must be eradicated before more lives are lost. Authorities urge vigilance and caution when traversing the city center. Travel in groups, remain armed and alert, and report any sightings or suspicious activities to the Lunar Guard immediately. Failure to do so could result in tragic consequences as evidenced by Garugamesh's brush with death. If confronted by pigfolk, do not resist. Submit to their demands and seek help from trusted allies later. As the moon wanes and darkness descends upon Lunabrook, let us stand united against the looming shadow of the pigfolk threat. Our city's safety and survival depends on it.
No.
Jesus.
Okay.
That's
So,
a lot.
Zootopia, right, guys?
It wasn't as direct as I thought it was going to be.
I know, and
I
that's
thought it
why I
was-
told him to backsies.
I thought it was pretty direct with the, if confronted by pigfolk, do not resist, submit to their demands, and seek help from trusted allies later, which is a colloquialism of certain advice given to certain protesters in Louisville during a certain event in 2020.
Yeah.
But I thought that was fun.
So,
This one have
do
consequences.
does Giru share this with anyone else?
If they want to read the paper, they can, but
That is up to them then.
yeah, Guru probably won't share that.
Daxius.
Seeing as the party has reacted to every single time Garugamesh has given any publication across the city.
Daxius,
That's true. We weren't being fair.
It's
Yeah.
kind of like the kid that has authoritarian parents where they learn not to correct their behavior, but just to hide their behavior.
how do you appear as you walk back through the city?
Just put on some raggedy old disguise.
Okay. So, since you're going through definitely after the early edition drops, you do notice that there is a certain tension that hangs in the air. And where less accepted ancestries might have just gone about their work, there seems to be, you don't notice nearly as many. Even kobolds who commonly work as sanitation and night soil removers, you don't notice nearly as many of them on the streets either.
Yeah, right before I crossed the bridge to go into the Heartlands, I noticed this. Like, there's like no kobolds around, and I'm used to there being kobolds by the docks, like pretty much everywhere. I'm just go up to like a random dock worker, and be like, "Hey, looks like a ghost town. Did something happen?"
I'm assuming because you're a human, you're approaching another human.
Yeah.
He just kind of looks over and says, "Oh, saying something about these folk killing humans down there, British folk, something about that." So I don't know. Well, they tell me at least my letters ain't very good. Kind of pissing me
Right.
off. Decent amount of them work for me, and they didn't show up. One of them, it's whatever. All 5 of them. That ain't normal.
Right,
Wow.
'cause, yeah, beast folk, they're saying beast folk did that by, bridge front. I heard about that. I didn't hear many details, though. I only just recently woke up.
Yeah, some kind of I don't know, some kind of turf dispute or something. Going at each other. Apparently a shitload of humans dead. I didn't really hear much about how many of the bodies on the other side it was, but I think it must have been tit for tat. Not that they're gonna print about how many beast folk are dead. Luna Gazette.
Right.
Who gives a
Of
fuck
course
about
they're
them
not
half the
going
time?
to.
I don't know.
Yeah, who gives a fuck, huh?
Might have to go in and ask somebody else. Maybe I should learn how to read a bit better. Maybe I can read it myself.
Yeah, maybe you should. Maybe in the meanwhile you should get a little educated more. Maybe actually go out in the world, explore a little bit, and maybe not be so stuck up and
He just kind of
Unruly.
looks at you. Buddy, I make like $1 an hour.
Why are you
Fucking
talking
leave it
shit to this
here.
random dock worker?
I
Nobody in my
just
family, nobody in my neighborhood is able to go get any kind of education. Fuck are you?
I just compose myself. Apologies. It's been a really rough morning for me. That wasn't directed at you.
Right. I'm gonna go back to doing my stuff now,
Take care.
He just turns away and kind of moves away from you, like not turning his back towards you, like pointedly so, but like, yeah.
Fuck. With that knowledge, I'll pick up a newspaper. I never do, but like I'm now that I know that they're printing about what's going on in Breakwater, I feel like, especially with our investigation, I should know what they're saying.
Yeah.
Read through it, see Gilgamesh wrote something. Oh,
It doesn't have my name on it.
it doesn't.
As a writer,
Nice.
no. As a
Not as a
subject,
writer.
yes.
Says your
Fair.
name in it about 25 times.
Oh God. I'm yeah, that's I just tossed the newspaper in the river and I'll head back.
Yeah.
That'll never be.
Littering to the crimes we committed today.
That was yesterday, technically.
Yeah, today's a new day.
Today's a new day.
New
There's
day, new crimes.
So,
You're a
You-
new person each and every day.
you go through the
Let's go
city.
25 this time.
You you do see some people moving around, not nearly as many as you would expect, and those that are moving around are generally Draken or certain types of beast folk. Rougarou are more common because they're kind of respected in a way, but you don't see catfolk. You don't see a lot of kobolds. You don't see anyone who sort of falls into the cracks of everything else. Yeah. Sven, you
Yeah,
don't see any of that.
I get why now.
You leave before that ever happens. So. By the way, back at Bannerhome, everybody's getting together in the common room.
Yeah.
Hey, Fernix. You got coffee?
It looks down at his hand where there's still a steaming full mug of coffee. It appears I do.
I just take a cup, chug it down, even though it
Careful,
burns.
Well, you know what? It's fine.
Hey, when you get the chance, you should pick up a newspaper.
We'll say about this time, Kuruguma comes in, like, from picking up the newspaper, and if you're observant, you might be able to see it under his arm as he's walking in.
What newspaper?
Oh, perfect timing. Hey, Gurgmesh, you mind if I take a read of that? I love getting to know the local news every morning. And
You can read? Oh, that's right, you had Fernix tutoring you. I remember that. When you were reading that big book that time ago? Back in Edinburgh?
That's correct. Correct, Gurgmesh, yeah.
I hand over the newspaper. I was like, if you get stuck on any big words, let me know, and I'll help you sound them out.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Gurgmesh. You are a saint of a human, and I just slap it into Fernix's chest.
It is nice to see you getting along.
I'm a little offended that you would have Fernix read that to you, but not me.
He's a very good teacher.
Pig folk.
So how's your morning going, Fernix?
Sets down the newspaper and just takes the mug of coffee and starts drinking it as he's reading the newspaper.
It appears as with the first article on there about the attack from last night, they got a few of the details wrong about the attack on me yesterday.
Alright, this isn't actually that bad. I'm just used to it being that bad.
Yeah. I'm trying so hard not to break character.
It's so funny.
He just sets down the coffee and just gets up from the table and walks up to his room. You hear the door slam behind him.
What do you think that was about?
I know quite well what it was about. I don't think you'd understand.
No, maybe not. I think Fernix might still be upset from last night. We had a bit of a heart-to-heart last night, and I know you didn't come in until later.
Gurgmesh, did you go to submit anything to the local newspaper?
What would make you ask that question?
Did anyone ask for you for any interviews regarding a certain subject?
No, they didn't ask me for any interviews.
Well, then someone must have spoken for you then, because it claims that you were in a sickbed, beaten to all hell.
I read that. I gave him an outline of what exactly happened to me, but
you gave who an outline?
Oh, I did submit some notes to the to the newspaper. I may have some details may not have been accurate. I was hit pretty hard on the head.
I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know if I want to begin.
Do you think the one thing I was concerned about was it says I was beat down and that I'm a pretty big fighter. Do you think that'll put a target on my back in terms of people wanting to come challenge me for an easy fight?
I don't think that's the kind of target you'll have on your back, but I would stay away from the Lunar Guard for a while.
I thought the article painted them in a pretty good light.
Yeah, that's the problem. Some people are not good at reading between the lines. Most people aren't. The public isn't.
What do you think might happen then? I just hear the cat in the background.
You hear that?
Jeez.
That's the sound of a catfolk a few alleys over getting their ass beat. You know why?
Because of the insinuation of the turf war between beast folk and humans. That's right
Yeah,
here on the
maybe.
front page.
That's definitely a part of it. Might also be the fact that big folk were described as, let's see. What were the exact words used? Towering, grotesque figures with molted skin and razor-sharp tusks who only ceased when their bloodlust was satisfied.
Yep, beasts barely clinging to a semblance of reason.
Yeah, but pig
was
folk aren't
cool.
even real, and it's pretty thinly veiled that they are the Lunar Guard.
I understand what you were trying to. Look, Gilgamesh, this is not a conversation I want.
Lanyard.
Oh. He's dead, boys.
This is not a conversation I want to have right now. Look, come find me in Phoenix later. All right.
All right.
I understand what you were trying to do here, but this is come find us later.
All right. I guess I'm gonna go out for a walk.
If you're going out, Gilgamesh, take a walk by the dregs. Might give you some a new perspective.
I was planning on looking for any beast folk who might be in trouble.
I'll leave you to your business then.
And adding to it.
Vic, where are you during this?
I would assume Vic probably comes up at some point in the conversation after finishing his cleaning.
Morning.
Yes, morning. So, haven't seen Sven.
No, I haven't. I assume he's not here.
Yes, I would assume so. Well, perhaps that's for the best. Let him deal with whatever issues are on his mind at the moment.
There's a lot of things on our minds. We can't just pretend last night didn't happen.
I mean, we probably should.
I can't pretend it didn't happen.
There's There's a difference between remembering something and dwelling on it. And I speak from first-hand experience here. Dwelling on it is not going to help. And that's advice that I'm going to need to take as well. But we have a job to do. We accepted the risks when we entered this line of work. And while things didn't go as planned, I don't think what we did was wrong. I wish things could have gone differently. I desperately wish things could have gone differently. I myself was responsible for most of those deaths. And I'm not happy about that. I am not going to forget it. I can't. But we cannot let this distract us from why we're here. If it wasn't them, or if it wasn't us, then it would have been someone else.
I know. It's not the first time I've seen a situation like that. It's not the first time I've had to kill people either. And I know what we have to do in this line of work. I've done it many times before. I'm good at killing people. There's a lot of people, even in Bridgefront, even everywhere, that maybe even deserve to die. But I don't know. I agree with you. Everything you said makes sense, and at my core, I understand that. But also at my core, there's this deep sensation that I just can't shake, and I can't put it into words. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say this to you. Probably dealing with more than I am.
I'm saying this as much to myself as I'm saying it to you.
I apologize.
But it doesn't go away. Those feelings. Sometimes it can wax and wane. Sometimes you might be in a position where you can forget about it entirely. And then there are days like yesterday that dig things up again. And you'll find yourself right back in the exact same position you were, doing those things you regret, and being unable to do anything about it. I have a lot of things that I regret doing. And many of those things are, for a time I thought I was going to be able to move on, and I learned that I wasn't. Perhaps this doesn't help you, but
No,
we have a job here. We have a purpose. Our actions were unfortunate, and the outcome was bad. But the people that we are going to be able to help by continuing down this path, not just wallowing in it, like I've done in the past, and like what might be your first instinct to do. By getting past that, we can actually do some good. And if you can't move on past that, those feelings, ideas, and memories, then at the very least make them count towards something.
You said it may not help, but that really did. Thank you. But at the same time, like I said, it's not the first time this has happened, and, well, truth be told, I feel like these reminders are almost not good, but necessary for me. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I feel like I shouldn't forget this feeling. And that if I was to forget this, I'd be just like the people I hate. And I don't want to be that.
Well, I've got a slightly different relationship with my past misdeeds, I suppose. But it's valid. And I understand where you're coming from. In any case, sitting here talking about it is not going to help. If Sven is busy, then we need to keep moving.
I agree. Hey, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
You're not one to ever open up. You're not one to ever say much about yourself. But and even though I feel like you're going to probably leave this at the door, if it's ever too much, you can tell me if you need someone to listen to. I don't need to say anything, I don't need to do anything, but I just want the offer to be open. Because I know that you likely haven't had someone to. I haven't had someone to listen until I came to the Gatecrashers. Until I came to find my old followers. Until I found Atari. And it helped me a lot.
Well, I appreciate that. Though, without going into too much detail, there are some things that are probably better left unsaid for both my safety and yours.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want. Just... I'm here.
Right.
This is so fucking sappy.
Yes.
Drink.
Perhaps we should head out.
Say again?
Perhaps we should head out.
Yeah, it's getting stuffy in here.
So, who is going where?
I was gonna go down to the drag to see how the beast folk were faring, or just see how they are walking around.
Daxius, Phoenix, Vic?
I'll, one moment. Phoenix is upstairs. I'll ask him if he wants... I don't think he'll go out, but... Well, at least let him know where we're going. I'll just walk up to Phoenix's door and just cast a message. Me and Vic are headed out, but, when you're free, we should talk to Gilgamesh. I don't think there's some things he understands, and I think we're the only people capable of telling him. And besides that, well... I hope you're, managing. You don't have to reply.
I'm okay. And say without using the message back. Just this is all quite a bitch, and I'd really just rather wait for Edger to get the stars back, but I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's good to sit in here anyway. Just a sort of noise of the chair being pushed back. He comes over and opens the door. You think, well, I was thinking of telling the chapter master, actually. Just see if
about-
there's anything that he can do. And because that article does affect him too.
Yeah, damage control would probably be good right about now, sooner than later.
Right.
Me and Vic will head out then. Well, if you wish to catch up with us, you can. But I didn't want to force you anyway. But
I appreciate you thinking of me. And yes.
I just know how. I know how you feel better than anyone.
I hope not. Or I hope that you don't feel that way too.
Every day.
Then let's not keep it all bottled up. And have people make really bad decisions.
Yeah. He just scratched the back of his head awkwardly.
Not that there's anything wrong with making a couple of mistakes here and there.
Well, some mistakes are pretty bad, but we learn from them. I just hope Rugamesh can.
We'll see.
Well, I've been fucking sappy enough for one day. See you
Sure.
around.
He just sort of chuckles a little bit at you. My goodness. Well, if you see Etor, just tell him to check with me back at the chapter house.
Will do.
I've got another new one to test out today, so he's gathering the materials.
A new homunculus?
No, oh, goodness. That is how pronouns and whatnot work in common, isn't it? Another
Yeah, common
spell-
pronouns are very confusing.
Yes. You see, there's a pronoun for. Oh, never mind. Draconic grammar is not very interesting.
Oh, I found Draconic grammar very. We can nerd about that later. I'm actually quite fluent in Draconic.
Yes. It is, well. I appreciate it, but it's a thing I really barely had any time to keep up my practice on.
I'm very interested in in old languages. If you'd like someone to practice on, that sounds weird. All right, this is odd for me. I don't even know how to end this conversation. This entire day, this last
Just-
24 hours has been really fucking weird.
It's okay. I understand, and I get what you're saying now. Let's just go.
Yeah, all right. Vic's waiting for us anyway.
So the three of you are heading out. I take it.
If we can look around the society to see if there's any alchemist specialists, somebody who could take one of those vials of shiver and sort of, I don't know, do an analysis of it,
was thinking
how
the
they
same
make
thing,
it
yeah.
magically or whatever, that sort of thing.
You could probably leave it with the bartender, Gar, and he'll be able to straighten that out for you. Similarly, possibly leaving it with either Cyrus or Terse would work.
Yeah, we can leave one at the chapter house, but I was also thinking maybe if we could get in the Madianing Keep, or if not, one of the universities, there's got to be like an alchemist or something of a higher level there. And this seems pretty important. Or we could just go to an alchemist shop, but who knows what kind of connections they have.
Keeping it in house is probably better, at the very least, until we run out of other options.
Well, I have 2 vials. It couldn't hurt to get a second opinion, but if that's what you believe, I trust your judgment.
I have business with Churs anyway, so could just go in and give it to him. I'm sure if he can't handle it, he'll hand it off to someone else.
It works.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do that. So, if you guys both swing past Curse's office, you will find the door closed.
Just knocking. See if he's in there.
Perhaps he's out.
There's you knock at it and like there's a bit of a or quiet before you kind of hear the movement and you hear him call out, "Yeah, what do you need?"
Get some. Anyway.
You go ahead.
Well,
Oh, for God's sakes, we have a bottle of shiver!
You hear this scrape of chair legs on the flooring, and about maybe 10 seconds later, the door opens and the beast folk sticks his head out. He definitely looks a bit bedraggled, I suppose. Still dressed well, but it's like didn't sleep great. And he just looks to you all and says, "I'm sorry, you have what?"
Would any of you like to take it away?
we
We're gonna
picked up a
stumble
couple.
over each other again. Like that.
We picked up a couple of samples during our escapades last night. We were hoping someone with a bit more expertise might be able to take a look at them, get maybe some context as to what it is and how they're making it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's someone here I can hand that off to. Is there a time frame?
The sooner the better, but we've got other leads to investigate in the meantime, so I wouldn't ask them to work overtime, I suppose.
Alright, sure. You have it now, or should you otherwise you can just drop it off with Gar, and he'll hand it off.
Dex, you still have it on you.
Yep. There you are.
He takes it, kind of looks at it, and like, alright, when something comes in, I'll let you know.
Don't smell it. It stings a lot.
I didn't intend to.
So, much appreciated. If needed, we've got another sample.
Sure. Be careful out there.
We'll do our best.
Oh, about that. Have you read the paper this morning?
He kind of looks to you and says, "Yes, I have," and just like closes the door.
What? Oh.
I
That
guess
bad?
he might already be on it then.
Look, our names aren't mentioned in it. There's nothing identifying.
Grumesh's name is.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
Vic didn't know about that part.
Ah.
I assume somebody explained
Oh.
the situation with it reported in the news, but
Well, the gate crashers are mentioned in it.
We didn't sign off on that.
wait, in the newspaper.
At
Like
least
the-
one. Grugamesh, he is accounted as Grugamesh of the gate crashers.
Oh no, I'm assuming that Vic doesn't know anything about Gilgamesh's smear letter.
Yeah.
I don't know why we keep saying it's Garugumesh's smear letter. His name's not even on the article.
That's not the name of the
Probably-
document.
Probably by the 10-page description of the writer jerking Gilgamesh off, we could probably make a wild guess that Gilgamesh had a hand in writing it. No, Vic might have. I would assume he's heard some of the details, but I'm not of the
Yeah, trust me,
massacre
Victalion.
situation.
Yeah,
But
it's
I'm
better
not
if you
assuming that he-
don't know the finer details right away for your own sanity.
Look, as long as none of our names are mentioned in the situation with the event last night, I'm not particularly concerned about it. I already informed Magistrate Drune of the situation, so I don't think we need to lose any more sleep over that particular aspect.
Well,
But-
speaking of losing sleep over other aspects, you mentioned leads. What other leads do we have? As far as I can remember, we only
Well,
really
the-
have the child that wants to lead us to their hideout.
The sample was
Greeley's
one of them.
den.
Ah, that's
Yes.
right. I
They already
completely
told you
forgot about that.
that it's under the red Oliphant.
Yep, that's what I was going to say.
I completely blanked on that in all of this.
Yes, we could have just threw more basic information about Greeley's crew, but Under the Red Elephant was where they were said to be set up. I don't know where exactly that is, but I don't imagine it's overly difficult to find.
I think it's kind of near the night market.
Okay. So,
I can lead us there.
Might not be a bad idea to check in with Melia as well.
Hmm.
She'll
The
be,
Library of Thought, then?
yes, if not there, then the temple. I'm going to guess she's not going to be overly pleased.
Doesn't seem like anyone will be.
No.
so I guess you guys head out after that.
I was going to stay behind to attempt communication one more time, but I'll be along shortly.
Well, you know where to
Right.
find us.
We'll avoid the larger aspects of the trouble.
I'm gonna
before
hand you
the
my
rest of
hat of...
something.
sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand you my hat of disguise, Phoenix, and just say, just in case anyone tries anything with you on the streets.
Hmm? Oh, yes. Sorry, I thought you were being sexual for a moment. Thought that was an incredibly odd place to throw a joke like that.
Yeah, it would have been. Do I look like Natari?
No,
Yeah,
my mind is just all over the place at the moment.
I got you. Alright, well. Let's be off then.
Thanks.
I'll send that to you. Should be in your inventory.
Okay.
I want that back.
Good. Yep. I was like, I gotta remember to give it back to you.
All right. So you two head out, probably slowly, so he can catch up.
Yeah.
Phoenix.
Give a knock back on the door. Quieter this time.
There's a kind of a pause, and then you hear, "Yeah, what do you need?"
Well, I was hoping to talk a bit more and explain what we were doing last night and that it didn't go the way that we wanted it to.
There's a pause before you kind of hear the same like scrape of chair legs on the ground, and then the approach, especially the thud of the clockwork leg off of the flooring, and the door opens. The man steps out and just kind of looks to you, then past like towards the mezzanine overlooking the common room, and says, "I don't really care that much about the army of smackheads who, well, ended up holier than they intended to be. That's not nearly as much of a problem, although the volume is concerning, even giving Bridgefront's reputation. Druin had already signed off on that. I'd heard that through the grapevine. My issue is with the other one."
Other one?
He just kind of smiles a bit and says, "Give it a day or two. Take a traipse through one of the markets, and I'm pretty sure you'll find out what I mean."
All right. Well, I feel bad about the trouble that we have been responsible for, and just, well, mainly that all of that death was necessary.
Personally, we face a lot of things in the line of our work. This is more brutal and gruesome than some of the things that I have been party to, but by no means the worst. Not by a long shot. Similarly, this is not politically sensitive. I've already been made aware of the situation by our own informants within the government. They try to keep us abreast of anything like that. The I's have been dotted, the T's have been crossed. We don't have any problems with that. But,
Sure.
let's just say that there have been some developments. Not necessarily within the city, but not necessarily not within the city. We're
Okay.
keeping an eye on a certain situation that perhaps our esteemed magistrates at City Hall don't seem as concerned about. Although, considering their desire to root out the Brotherhood of the Spider, perhaps it might soon pop up on their level of things they want to give a shit about.
Well, it might be for the best that someone else actually starts driving these bastards into a corner.
Something tells me it might not be as simple as that, but God's willing, maybe it is. However, leave the politics to me. It's part of my job, whether I want it or not. Truly, I only have a problem if I get a letter from the Onyx Palace. Then I really have a problem. Until then, I think things are alright. I'll
Well-
let you know if things become otherwise.
Thank you. I didn't want to make it seem like if we drop a ball, we're not willing to pick it up, at the very least, and the completely unnecessary shit in that article, that there's 2 fucking articles that are encouraging lynchings or whatever the fuck to take place, and just watch yourself, and I don't know. The problem is I'm not used to all of this. I've been walking around for gods know how many years, and I've never had to do anything like that before. A couple of farmers, oh yes, made sure that they didn't bother anyone again, but not like a whole legion of people just dead.
It happens. It isn't ideal, but it happens. The best thing at this point that you can do is to turn the spigot of Shiver off. If you're able to do that, those people having died will not be in vain.
Right.
If you can't fix the problems that you've already made, the next best thing you can do is to make sure that no further problems occur because of your actions.
I'll have to do everything that I can then.
And so will I.
Right. Speaking of assistance, was the spell I provided yesterday helpful?
It was definitely more comfortable than I'm accustomed to. I've had the money to possibly have it medically fixed, but it's one of those things where you can possibly regain something that you've lost, but in doing so, you sort of cover up something that's already happened. As if it didn't happen in the first place.
I can understand it feeling dishonest.
But, even if I wouldn't use it all the time, there are people out there that I'm sure would very much appreciate it. If you, haven't submitted that to the right authorities to make it more widely available, it mightn't be the worst idea.
Yes. I, had started the distribution within my own church, but I confess I am a bit, shy about just talking with people sometimes. It's not about anything in particular. Just, but perhaps I'm still a bit, prejudiced from all of the pig shit that I've passed.
Well,
Two-legged and otherwise.
think about it. Try to work on it if you can. Paperwork. I've gotten used to it. And, speaking of which, I have to, get back to that.
I did have a additional preparation for today.
I think I'd appreciate that, at least for my arm.
Just pull out the extendo magic rod and give him that.
Alright. Definitely seems far more comfortable and, well, yeah. Even if it isn't necessarily his writing arm, still, I'm more comfortable having something like that. Alright.
Well, I'm glad that it's helpful for you as well.
Certainly. Hopefully your
I've
luck
got
is
to,
better today than it was the previous one.
Well, if it isn't, I'm afraid that you'll be having to say something at my eulogy.
Or be reading about it in the papers.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Unfortunately.
spare
let me,
that at least.
I'll try. I was almost ready to say something I'd probably have regretted. I've got to catch up with them, so
Be safe. Be aware.
I will try.
After that, he backs into his office and closes the door again.
Yup. I'll go after him.
Okay.
Be like, now, which one did they say they were going towards again? Oh, well.
So, I think you're able to catch up with them. They can't have gotten that far. So, 2 more things before I think we'll be calling it a night. I don't want to run us too late. I'll start with you guys. You're passing down through Center City. Those of you who haven't been out today, I think you're seeing a lot of the same that you have, or excuse me, that Daxius did earlier today. It's far less populous. There are far fewer colors in the crowd. Far fewer skin types, or types, scale types.
Good. I'm sorry, I don't
As
mean that.
you are heading through the Heartlands, through Center City, it becomes busier. This is definitely more of a trade area. Merchants hawking their things, artisans providing services along the sidewalk. Perhaps, well, Vic probably notices it, but I'm going to... Not today, not today. So, as you guys are heading through the crowd, let me just get this prepared. You, I mean, there are definitely always kind of people that are always going to be up against you, near you. It's moving, it's early, it's perhaps the busiest part of the city. It's like moving through Times Square. Phoenix. Somebody knocks into you. And in that moment, they don't necessarily pull away, but you feel like something pushed against your chest, and you hear a voice, dark and kind of husky, say, "Praise him," and vanishes into the crowd, leaving you with a paper.
I'll grab that and just sort of like look back after the guy at first, and then just kind of slowly
You
unfurl it.
at least can tell that the person who gave it to you is Dragonborn. You get black scales, you see a tail, and then they're just gone into the crowd.
Fuck was his deal?
Everybody will have access to what he was provided. It is the King of Scales handbill.
Oh, it's an unused.
Oh yeah. Let me move that
There
up,
we are.
Oops.
up into player documents. And I will post that in the documents channel later.
What was it called?
King of
King of
Scales
Scales
handbill.
That's a bit.
It is. For the stream, it is an incendiary handbill aimed specifically at the non-accepted ancestries. With certain aspects that suggest a cult.
Yeah. I kind of suspected the kobolds were the ones behind stuff, but I didn't want to be racist.
No, I had some thoughts as well.
So, meanwhile, Giru, you head through the city, not too far in front of the rest of your party.
I did want to say that I put on my hat of disguise to look like a not a dragonborn. It's
Draken.
yeah, kobold.
Kobold or Draken?
Kobold.
Really fat kobold.
Really fat kobold.
Yeah.
I imagine the hat of disguise can remove some width.
Some.
It can adjust like a foot of height, I think.
A foot
So
of height.
You should be in range.
Yeah, it
No,
is.
no.
And
I-
Stim would be like, you're 2 inches taller than I thought kobolds could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're
Kobolds are usually fairly skinny, though.
usually, yeah.
What if I just made myself a foot shorter so that was a fat, short kobold?
Possible.
Anyways,
Sure.
I'm gonna try and go for a normal looking kobold.
I got called that in high school.
A
Just a
normal looking
JPEG.
kobold.
Oh.
No.
The JPEG has
Fat,
had its
short kobold.
verticality.
You move through the city, and you definitely get looks. Some distant, some distrusting. The Lunar Guard kind of glance your direction more than a few times. Nobody really tries to, like, make for anything, but if you've never experienced the feeling of, I shouldn't be here.
Can I eavesdrop in on the Lunar Guard to see how they're reacting to the news this morning?
Sure, give me a perception check.
Do I need to roll stealth, or will I just be able to walk in earshot of them?
Give me a stealth. You'll have a pretty decent. Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Walking up to them.
Yeah.
Like a cartoon.
Well, there's my stealth. I think I passed, but I don't know that I can hear what they're saying.
Oh, the first one is supposed to be a perception check?
Oh,
Yeah.
it was. I guess I hit the wrong thing.
Well,
Sorry,
either way.
I'm kind of tired. Here's perception.
Okay.
Use
Well,
the first health.
yeah, you move through the crowd. I want to say you're probably like, if not in the Heartlands, then possibly closer to the Oaken Barrel, that major square. And you try to walk by, and you hear a bit of conversation of. How do I put this? I don't want to be cleaning up after other people's fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? It's bad enough we have to follow the goddamn catfolk around, making sure they keep their fucking fingers out of goddamn everything. Picking bodies up out of the little elb. Now we gotta string people down from trees. Fuck that. And that's like the one turns towards you and says, "What do you want, you little shit? Well, you got somewhere else to be."
I'm gonna try and disguise my voice and say, "Are the rumors about the pig folk true?
Give us your impression of a kobold voice.
Are
And
the
also-
rumors of the pig folk true?"
And would that be a disguise or an act?
I could do disguise, yeah.
Like I'm asking the rest who might be a little more knowledgeable.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean,
It's-
It would
you
be
could argue for either.
Disguise
is-
is the guy is trying to look through his disguise.
Yeah, disguise is visual.
Like-
Acting
Okay,
is
it would be
everything
performed
else.
I'll give you a bonus because you actually, role played it.
I feel like bluff could
Bluff.
probably apply as well.
Bluff is like trying to have some of these beliefs and bullshit that you're saying. That's not terrible. I was gonna give you a +4, so it's believable enough. He just, the guy just kind of turns towards you and says, "I don't fucking know, and I don't fucking care." And he just kind of goes towards you like he's gonna push you off, but fuck off, go somewhere else, kid. You're bothering me. Kinda.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So,
Yeah, I guess I keep on my way to the drag.
okay. The demographics do get a little more, I guess, mixed as you get across into the old docks. You see more of your own kind, or at least what people would believe to be your own kind. Primarily kind of congregating away from major thoroughfares or going about their daily work. A couple kind of look at you as you walk by because something tells me you're not perceptive enough to or not perceptive, but self-aware enough to self-defense.
The mannerisms.
Yeah, to hold the mannerisms and make sure that you're not being in the way or seen or that kind of thing. That you're walking as you would as your normal self, which is however you feel like.
Yeah.
Literally. So others kind of look at you a bit odd, or they just don't engage, because they just don't want to deal with that, because a bold kobold is a dead kobold. However, you get near to the end of the old docks, going past the dregs themselves into an alleyway closer to the tip of the island, and you notice some lunar guards standing near an alleyway, kind of keeping people out. There's some people gawking, standing there and gawking. Yeah, you know what I mean.
I have this sinking suspicion this had something to do with what I heard them say earlier about taking bodies from trees. But I wouldn't further. I guess I'll move in to take a closer look.
Yeah. You're able to get in. Most of the people here are dressed like workers, so even if you're dressed somewhat better than a kobold probably would, maybe people wouldn't notice. Similarly, they're much more interested in what's down the alleyway than they are anything else. Able to glance between a few of the people, you can hear the creak of the rope before you see it. Heavy body. Probably closer to boar than pig folk, I suppose. Arms. up under it as well. Head pulled to the side, neck broken, eyes bulging out in the strangulation. There's a pool of liquid and refuse underneath the body. This shit, blood. His own, others, I don't know. The guard are doing their best, and by best I mean they're not, to cover this up or try to handle this with care. You notice somebody up on the second floor of the house that it's strung between, cutting at the washing line that the rope was thrown up and over. It snaps and the body comes down, heavy, hitting the mud like a bag of concrete. And that's when you smell it. The people around you kind of viscerally react and some kind of wander off. One of the humans, the dock workers, kind of an older man, as he's like backing away, notices you and says, "Get out of the street, kid. Won't end up like that." And just kind of wanders off, hands in his pockets. And that is where we're going to end for today. So,
Rugamesh gets to see the consequences of his actions. Huh.
Yeah, that's pretty sickening.
Gilgamesh started a race war, which I feel like we all kind of knew that's where his character was going.
Yeah.
Full of the race war.
It's a small one.
It was a little roundabout, but we got there.
Just gotta, scrub really, really tight in here to get that ethnic cleansing. Just in this one area. Really good,
Look,
though. Really good.
It's not D&D if there's not a race war.
I don't know. I don't feel very good about that. That's pretty shocking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh man.
I mean,
writer is a DM, man. We can come up with some shit, especially if you hand it to us.
I mean,
I don't like
one of the most
this.
populous cities in the kingdom. You write a hit piece in the largest newspaper, explicitly calling out one particular race
It was
in a
supposed
city
to
that's
be
already
about-
racked with violence. People are
my
not
God.
going to see read between the lines. People are too stupid.
Yeah.
You
I didn't even know
basically
pig folk were such a thing.
This this was
that makes sense for Gilgamesh. Actually, Gilgamesh didn't realize that he was actually starting a race war.
I thought they were.
Well,
like-
pig folk are real? Huh?
I didn't know you could just take a random animal, add the word folk at the end of it, and all of a sudden it's a D&D race. Are there goldfish folk too?
No,
I mean, they'd
because you can
be.
make something. Most mammals generally do have sort of a hybrid. In fact, a lot of land that was taken in off, these folk accuse humans of stealing from them. So,
Maybe worth asking, but what's done is done.
and with that, we are going to sign off for today. So, thanks for watching, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hope you're not as sad as we are.